I have told the truth. The facts are inside the court's own records, notoriously. So if people are not happy with what I have said, that's their problem. But it's not about their person, it's about the situation, the system that has allowed such levels of abuse. We cannot have a system that regulates impunity and then that licenses men to act as though they are gods and citizens ourselves that they can simply trample upon their head and then use the courts to legitimize the evil. No.
So you are saying what you have inferred in this book to me looks like a frustration of a lawyer who has seen the worst case scenario of what could have happened in any justice system, even in hell. And you have said, look, anybody who goes to find justice in the Nigerian system is a sheer waste of time. Does that represent your position after all said and done?
To a very large extent, you are correct, but I need to, because there are nuances to these things as well. Number one, it would be disingenuous of me to suggest that it is the evils that I saw in the system that led me to walk away from legal practice. That will not be true. I had already decided I was leaving when I turned 50. What happened in this case happened, I think, in 2013. So it's a story that took, 2012, 2013 is a story that took almost 12 years to write. So even after it had happened, I remained in practice for, I think, another 5 years before retiring. So it wasn't because of this. But when it comes to the truthfulness of your assertion that I had become disenchanted with the capacity of the system to deliver anything of value, you're completely correct. It had become clear to me that the Nigerian judicial system is completely unfit for purpose. Look, United Nations Office for Drug and Crimes was very clear in his indictment of the Nigerian judicial system. He says it is corrupt, horribly corrupt. That is not me. It is now my own experience. You know, when you are talking in abstracts and you are talking about the corruption of the judiciary, you are still speaking abstractly. What I have done is to offer my own first-hand experience within the system. I have merely spoken to what I saw within the system, what I witnessed. So where the United Nations Office for Drug and Crime can speak generally and in broad terms, where Mr. Shofunde could speak about the Supreme Court having become perfunctory with his judgment. I'm quoting him, Supreme Court judgment has become perfunctory. This is not, those are not rabble rousers. You can say Dele Farotimi is not well, he's a rabble rouser. Those are not Dele Farotimi. Those are individuals and institutions to whom you can at least ascribe some measure of temperance, unlike me. So that's what it is.
Hey, how do you get your health insurance again? Cover California. They help with the cost and most of their silver.
Who's coming in the driveway?
Charles Apoki, Dele Farotimi has been granted bail. The bail is pegged at 50 million naira. So I want to talk about Dele Farotimi and the criminal justice system in Nigeria. In the post where I was appealing to the Yoruba elders to intervene in this dispute between Dele Farotimi and Baba, I appealed that they should intervene, but I said that Dele Farotimi is very confident of his facts. He's very predictive and prophetic. He could easily chronicle what would happen, the plans they had against him, how he would be arrested and taken to Ekiti State,
because of a kangaroo trial that had been on without his knowledge, and how several people would be compromised, and that the hand that was really working was far, far somewhere. And they underestimated the reaction of Nigerians on social media. But let me say this. Dele Farotimi has gone to prove that his writings in the book are daily occurrences in the Nigerian criminal justice system. Number one, he could easily and be more decently charged to court in Lagos. Number two, he reported to the police station several times. Number three, there was a mafioso system of trying to lure him through his associates and his domestic staff. Thirdly or fourthly, there was the crude Gestapo system of arresting him, traumatizing his staff, women, and picking away phones. If these things were not documented on CCTV camera, we wouldn't believe. And then he was carried a long distance to Ado Ekiti and imprisoned or jailed or detained and denied bail. How? Defamation, from what the lawyers have been saying, is a bailable offense. But suddenly they realized that criminal defamation is no longer obtainable in Ekiti State. And then hurriedly, the police was made to charge Dele Farotimi for, I think, 12 or how many count charges. And the date of his arraignment in the magistrate case court was 10th. But Nigerians had planned protests in different places. I don't know how and why he was secretly, clandestinely brought to court today and granted bail. And he was handcuffed. But the man that is alleged to have stolen 80 billion, alleged 80 billion, was brought to court, escorted by his houseboy, and he was gallivanting. He had escaped or defied the order of the EFCC to come to them severally. Somebody says severally is not correct grammar, but I went to check it, it's correct. Several times, he refused to come. When he came, he sat in court as if it was the traditional ruler that they were narrating his offenses to. Dele Farotimi was brought with handcuffs. It vindicates his assertions that the system is corrupt. A criminal, alleged criminal that stole 80 billion of our money walked freely to court. A lawyer charged for defamation that is not a criminal offense was handcuffed. You see, a lot of tyrants and a lot of people or oppressors do not understand history. handcuffs of people who say the truth is the wedding ring between the person that you want to humiliate and those he wants to set free. Those handcuffs are the wedding ring between Dele Farotimi and his audience and the Nigerians that he stands for. And so you just made him seem like somebody who is being oppressed by a tyrannical society. You should not have put those handcuffs. You never learn from history. Fela used to raise his handcuffs, and today you are not better than him. You are not more popular than him. Those who handcuffed him had gone into oblivion. That warder or that police officer, that person in the correctional center that handcuffed Dele Farotimi, you will disappear into oblivion. We won't remember you, we won't know you. And you will suffer the same injustice that we're talking about. But Dele Farotimi will remain eternally a hero in the minds of Nigerians. 50 million will not be a problem for Nigerians to raise for him. Don't ask me what is my contribution. If the need arises, we will do the needful. But you can't silence him any longer. He might not make any comments on the case that is in the courts, but even the lawyers of those who arrested him are making comments. And so Dele Farotimi has proven that justice is for the highest bidder. Justice is only for the elites. And those who are not wealthy can be treated like trash if they don't have cash to dole around. And I said something that Dele Farotimi's arrests and detention will bring out more facts, more damaging information. And they are coming out. They are coming out. I still advise further that this case be dropped. Those who feel defamed, like the young lawyers in Baba's chambers, they should help Baba write a book, and his mates will come and raise a lot of money. But we will read this and read that. And then we will know what to believe and what not to believe. Dele Farotimi is a prophet. He's a prophet. I remain Dr. Charles Apoki. Remember, we have an online webinar coming up on the 10th and on
granted bail by an Ekiti State Magistrate's Court. He was granted bail in the sum of 50 million naira with a surety in like sum. The court said the surety must own landed property, while the matter was adjourned to January 29th, 2025 for further proceedings. Farotimi was remanded last week Monday by the court in Ado Ekiti for allegedly defaming illegal luminary Afe Babaloka in his recently published book, Nigeria and Its Criminal Justice System. There has been an outrage over his arrest and subsequent persecution, with legal opinions divided over the actions instigated by Babalola. And now to discuss this, we are joined by legal practitioner Bayo Sani. Bayo, it's good to have you this
morning.
morning.
Thank you for having me.
Let's start with the factors that we're seeing regarding this court, the Nigerian court in particular. What factors does the Nigerian court consider when determining bail conditions? 50 million naira for a defamation case. That is a lot.
Okay, thank you. Bail is at the discretion of the court. And there are lots of there are lots of factors to be considered by the court when determining an application for bail that has been filed on behalf of a defendant. Number one, you consider the likelihood of the defendant jumping bail. You consider the seriousness, also whether the accused person is a first-time offender or whether he has been convicted like that. So we have a case of FRN Ajudua where the Supreme Court outlined all these things that must be considered. Even at that, it is still at the discretion of the court. The conditions, although legal principle does not permit you to give stringent bail conditions, that's why you can go back to court and vary the conditions if you find it too stringent, or you can appeal to the appellate court on that. So that is the position. Now, if you look at it, you said for an offense like defamation, yes, defamation is an offense, it's a crime in Nigeria by virtue of Section 374 of the Criminal Code, okay? And the gentleman, Mr. Dele Farotimi, has been arraigned before a magistrate court for that offense, all right? And the fact that he has been arraigned shows that, okay, he can be granted bail, and which has just been done by the magistrate court in Ekiti today. Regardless of that, it's also a simple offense. I mean, it's an offense that is less than 7 years, which means it's not a felony. All right, but that's the court. I won't be here to really determine whether the court was fair or not. So it still has its rights under the law.
So we're yet to determine whether the court was fair. It's at the discretion of the court. But this is not a criminal offense, meaning that this is not a felony, right? And this is, so to be clear, this is a civil.
I did not say it is not a criminal offense.
All right.
I said it is not a felony.
It's not a felony. So what
now,
then?
It is a crime in Nigeria.
Right.
Do you understand? You see, defamation can be civil, can be a tortious civil wrong, and can also be a crime. Criminal code in Nigeria, which is the umbrella criminal law in Nigeria, has criminalized defamation, libel. Now, if a statement has been made or has been published against you as an individual, as a citizen of Nigeria, and you find it to be libelous, you have two options. Either pursue a civil suit against the person that you feel has published that libelous statement against you, or you initiate a criminal action against such person.
So he's committed a crime.
So
this is a crime. I'm trying to get to my next question, right?
All right.
So this is a crime case.
Libel is a crime.
So it's a crime. He's
committed
a crime
in Nigeria.
Right. So to what extent is the judge's decision in this case influenced by political or public nature of the case? I need to ask this because we have to consider Dele Farotimi's role as a human rights lawyer.
You see, we are lawyers. I like the way you have described Mr. Dele Farotimi as a lawyer. We are lawyers. We have been trained to be circumspect in our opinion. We have also been trained not to make, I don't want to use the word baseless. I want to say we have been trained to always support our state.
This man, he came to gaslight Nigerians. I just want to put it out there. This man is a lawyer in Nigeria. I'm ashamed. The man does not even know what he's talking about. Thank you very much, Brother Ben. Thank you very much for saying that. He has no clue what he's talking about. Anyway, let's move on.
statement with proof, with evidence. If I say something, I must be able to prove it. If I say a fact, I must be able to prove it. That is the role of evidence. Even as lawyers, whenever we are defending, we are representing our clients in court. If you make a legal argument, you are supposed to support it with a judicial authority or a law. You can't just put anything. Where did you see it? That's where we have the principle of ratio decidendi. Now, coming back to the publication of Mr. Dele Farotimi, the matter is in court now. Criminal action has been initiated against him. He has a defense, which is justification. And that's truth of the publication, which is defense of justification. And I will leave it to the stage of trial because I would love to see that defense because those allegations are weighty. Those allegations are against the most sacred institution in Nigeria, which is the judiciary. Okay? Whether the allegations are right or not, it's left for Mr. Farotimi to.
But does the judge's decision in this case, do you think it was influenced by the political or public nature of the case?
How will anybody be able to prove that? How? How will you say that? Look, the judiciary is the third arm of government. They have been saddled with a sacred responsibility. As lawyers, look, this is the way it is. I'll liken it to this manner when we're in school, when we're in the university and you feel that, okay, I'm being careful. I am not saying Mr. Farotimi is wrong. What he has written in his book is before the court. He has to prove it now to justify what he has written. Not only against Chief Afe Babaloka, whom he has mentioned. There are other fellows that he has mentioned in the book. Apart from that, the Supreme Court, retired Chief Judge, former Attorney General of Lagos State. These are people who have spent so many years building integrity and trying to leave a legacy of their name. Okay, that's on one side. Now, on the other side is Mr. Farotimi, who feels, oh, this was what happened in this book. If you have written something like that, you must support such facts with evidence. And if Mr. Afe Babaloka has chosen to proceed with a criminal action against him, then when they get to trial, he must be ready to defend himself by putting up a good defense of justification of what he has said. Otherwise, look, we'll be looking at the most sacred institution in this country, that's the judiciary, with a lot of, a lot of doubts in the mind of the common man that's supposed to see judiciary as the last.
I beg, I had to pause this to laugh.
Well, it is how we believe in them.
I don't know. The man they listen to himself. I don't understand.
Do we believe in you people? You people are no more for the common man, now for the person who bring money.
Oh my God. No, we finished
the judiciary of Nigeria currently is for the highest bidder. It is not for the common man. So shut up your mouth, Mr. Man.
When we watch the video, Mama.
The one where they do a crow for big case in Norwich for us to understand. Stupid man. This one born picking again, get wife.
You understand what I'm saying? So that is where we are now.
So a common man.
So if you say that, oh, is it true that judges' decisions are influenced? I don't know about anything like that.
I never asked if it's true. I said, do you think that the judge's decision in this case was influenced by the case?
In his own case, in the case that
in this case that he
we will get to see whether it is true or not when he gets to trial.
You've been around this question, so let me ask you my final question before I let you go. And this time it's about the legal system and balance.
Okay.
When it comes to the individual rights, with state interests in politically charged cases, like what we're seeing with Dele Farotimi, where is the legal? How does the legal system create or provide balance in cases like this?
This is not a political case.
Well, don't
describe it as such.
Well, I'm going to say why. Here's why I say it's politically charged, right? If you are writing against rights cases and you're writing experiences of your own personal experience as your time as a lawyer, human rights lawyer, and you're calling out very big wigs in the judicial system that you have just said is the third arm of governance, don't you think that is not politically charged case?
I disagree.
Okay.
Look, the subject matter of their suit borders on land or whatever, according to what he wrote in his book. Nothing political about it. It's not about election petition. It's not about political decision. It's not even a constitutional matter. All right. And you have leveled an allegation against some people because.
Hey, sorry for interrupting. Isn't that annoying? What if I told you there was a way to get rid of ads like this?
I can say that for every case I lose in court, the judge was biased, or the judge was influenced by the other party. That can be the statement on the mouth of every lawyer that has lost a case in court. Just like when we're in school, whenever you fail an exam, you say the lecturer failed you. But when you pass an exam, you say, I passed the exam. Do you understand? So we should be very careful.
All right, so let's check out the word politically charged, because I understand we're pressed for time. A very public case like this, a situation that is liable 50 million naira bail and also shorty in sum. Does the legal system provide balance for individual rights and for state interests because people have questioned, critics have questioned how he was being taken from Lagos all the way to Ekiti and being arraigned in front of a court at Ekiti. Again, a publicly charged, a public interest case like Dele Farotimi's case.
You see, since this matter commenced, we have seen a lot of lawyers on social media, we have seen a lot of judges on social media giving their own legal opinion or in the manner they feel right or wrong. Now, Dele Farotimi still has his rights. Same with the man who initiated these criminal proceedings. He also felt that what they wrote about him in the book or what he wrote about him in the book are libelous. I've said it, the legal system has left conditions for bail at the discretion of the court. If you feel that the court has given stringent bail conditions, you can either vary it, apply to vary it, which we have seen in Emefiele's case here, most recent case here. We don't even want to cite old-time cases, the most recent case. You can either apply for the bail conditions to be varied, or you can appeal against it. All right? Now, he was arrested in Lagos. He was taken to Ekiti. If you look at the principle of conspiracy in criminal law, it can cut across several jurisdictions. And for every jurisdiction that this crime touches, the accused person can be arraigned anywhere. We have seen people with series of events, chains of actions. Somebody will start from another state, will conclude crime in another state. Do you understand? So these are crimes that cut across various jurisdictions. He was arrested in Lagos State. The complainant or the complainant now resides in Ekiti. He was taken from Lagos to Ekiti, where libel is still a crime, with no local law in the state law repealing the provisions of the criminal code.
You still haven't answered the question. How does the legal system balance individual rights with state interests in public cases, public interested cases like Dele Farotimi?
You say I still have a problem calling that matter a public interest.
Well, okay, so in this case like Dele Farotimi,
yes.
How about we remove the adjective? How does the legal system balance individual rights with public interests or state interests in cases like this?
Law is it. You see, law is a two-way pendulum. And as you have said, how does the legal system balance their interests? Number one, the pathfinder there is the Constitution. What are your rights under the Constitution? And how it must be upheld to ensure that your rights are not violated in any way. These are some of the, should I say, the shield available to whoever has been accused or whoever is standing trial or facing any criminal charge. That is the pathfinder here. That is the umbrella. That is the platform for anybody. All right. So that is the instrument that we must consider.
All right. Well, many thanks for doing this with us. We appreciate you for coming on. Bayasani. Bayasani is a legal practitioner.
Wow. Hey, hey. Omo, I don't know. Who called this guy to the bar? I don't understand. Hey, this is how mess. I doubt that this guy even read Dele Farotimi's book. I doubt greatly. They don't, these people, they're not used to reading or looking into anything. They just talk, knee-jerk reaction. They just send her now, go and gaslight, go and say this, quickly run, go and tell them this, go and say this to them so that they can go easy on us. I'm telling you, so that to distract them, just go and anything, just say anything. Go and say something to them, go and meet Nigerians and go and say something to them really quickly to shut it all down. It's crazy, honestly. The guy, this lawyer, this last guy, I genuinely don't want to know. I don't want to know his name. I'm not interested in knowing his name. He just came on to gaslight and to show how very dumb the judiciary has become in Nigeria. This man clearly had nothing to no talking points whatsoever. They just sent him to come and tell Nigeria, to gaslight Nigerians and to distract them from the real issues. Talking about defamation is a crime under Nigerian law. Really? I beg. The law, any lawyers in the house, because Mekuna enter, Mekuna can't tell me. Defamation. Is it not, you have to prove that there was malice in defamation cases. You have to show that the person intentionally wanted to harm you with the statements made or written document made. Jagun, welcome. Oh, it's a pleasure and an honor to have you on here. Thank you.
Thank you, my dear. I've been watching you, but never live. So I'm happy to see you here live today. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for coming. I appreciate Mr. Ferreira Egmont, my brother. Thank you so much for coming, Mr. Tone, my brother as well. I get many brothers. I
want to talk, but I still get food for my mouth.
No wahala. No wahala.
This is Jagu. So, Mama Eto. But I did here.
Okay, no wahala. We're going to get started shortly, but because I found out that he was released on bail, I wanted to bring the videos to us first before we go into the book, because really we still need to go into the book and really get let's get to the truth of what the book is talking about. This man, we have to continue to expose. We cannot be done. We can't say, oh, because now he's been released, everybody enter house. Me personally, I'm invested right now. So until we go through the book, I'm not going to give up. Mama Echo, welcome. Welcome everybody in the comment section. Mr. Pansa, thank you very much for coming. Greetings, sir. Kene, how now? Welcome, oh. Everybody, I greet you now. Soji, everybody, welcome.
This village meeting complete, so some people man go carry popcorn, supply water, and palm wine. Make una relax. This is village meeting.
I'm telling you, palm wine, supply water, relax. The gist go many. As we go, they talk the story, they go. Add to your storyboard. PO visiting daily and after. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna make my edits to that. Thank you very much, Kenny. Yeah, so I do actually have that video. Maybe I should bring it up now before we start talking. I actually have that video of him visiting. Where is this? Okay, and I also have a video of Dele Farotimi in handcuffs. I want to play that. So you guys, please bear with me while I pull this up. Okay. Who they eat? Oh, I bet more na mute. And they get plates. Now, mama come to that day. Okay, let's share this. Because I think this is very important in comparison to what we saw with the Kogi white lion, as they call him.
human rights lawyer Dele Farotimi was arraigned in a federal high court in Ekiti State today. As you can see, they cuffed him. They put him in handcuffs to humiliate him. Compare that to when Yahya Bello was arraigned at the federal high court in Abuja. It was as if he was leading the EFCC officials to court, sort of like he took the 100 billion naira. And all they've been doing to him proves that all he has been saying, all he has been hammering over the years is true. They have proved his book right. Imagine abducting someone from Lagos all the way to Ekiti State. They charge him to court for an offense that is not a crime. It's only a misdemeanor. But they added criminal to it just to make sure the magistrate court remands him to prison. From there, they have charged him to a federal high court for cyber crimes offenses. Now they are parading him in front of everyone as if he's a criminal. Imagine handcuffing someone who just criticized the government, and they are letting criminals get away with billions of naira. That tells you all you need to know about Nigeria's criminal justice system. Anyway, the Federal High Court in Ekiti State granted him bail in the sum of 50 million naira and a surety in the like sum. They adjourned the matter till January 29th, 2025. What they are doing to Dele Farotimi is just a power show. I can do it to you. I'm more connected than you. You can't do anything to me. I can bring you from Lagos to Ekiti State and charge you to court and put you in prison. And I will bring you to another court. You can't do anything. I can push you anyhow I want. That's exactly what is going on. They are just humiliating him for having the guts to criticize them, to say it as it is. And because of how popular his book has become, he has pushed a lot of people to start researching on the character as mentioned in the book. Of course, we'll do that. Let's not derail this one. Now, Professor Chidi Odenkalo, while speaking in an X-Space hosted by Mindset, revealed that the whole situation, everything that Dele Farotimi is going through, is reminiscent of what he went through in the hands of El Rufai. Let's take a listen.
This is a very triggering question, and I'll get to why it's triggering shortly. But actually, I wanted to write about that before all of this stuff ensued. But in order to move anybody, let me give you an illustration rather than trying to be technical about this. Okay? Now, let's say I have not visited Kano in the last 9 months, and somebody institutes a charge against me in a court in Kano, charging me for violation of hudud crimes in Kano, over which the court in Kano does not have jurisdiction over me, but procures a warrant from a court, from the Hisba authorities in Kano, to procure me from anywhere in Nigeria. And then I am picked up in Itumbuzo, which is a village somewhere in the southeast. And, from March to Kano, before this Hisba court. This is a summary of the argument you say people are putting up. If this were to happen, the same people who say exactly what you have said now, we want to declare a religious war on Nigeria. Yes? Now, the underlying basis for criminal process is that you have to be dealing with a crime. Jurisdictional basis has to exist both as a matter of subject matter and as a matter of personal jurisdiction. In this particular case, neither exists. And let me tell you why this is triggering. This nearly happened to me in Kaduna State in 2019-2020. And my lawyer in that particular case is here. She can tell you the story. Her name is Gloria Palason. If you want to bring up Gloria, she can. And to issue a warrant for my abduction on an allegation of a crime of incitement against her. And he went before the magistrate, and they had pretty much cooked this thing up. It was an innocent police officer who didn't know me, who saw this being cooked up, that went out of his way to get my contact details and say, look, young man, I don't know who you are, but this is what is happening, and they're going to pick you up next week, wherever you are. If you're in Nigeria, you've got to do something about this. They had filed charges without notifying me, accusing me of incitement against El Rufai, and they had claimed that I had not shown up for the proceedings that I did not know about, and they were going to procure a warrant for my abduction. I barely escaped because there was a good man somewhere who thought that should not happen, and so we then got filed papers in that court to interdict the process and challenge the jurisdiction of the court. That is what bought me my freedom and kept my sorry ass out of jail. Now, I was lucky. Audu Mekori wasn't. Audu was abducted from Lagos. Stephen Kepas was abducted from Port Harcourt. Lots of other Nigerians have been abducted in this kind of way, in mechanisms of abuse of power. And that is why this thing needs to be dealt with. And that is why every one of us has got to speak up about this. Because it could be you tomorrow. And it's important that we understand this. This gets pretty personal for anyone who is an active citizen or aspires to live in a country in which citizens matter and citizenship matters. This is personal. It is Dele today. It could be any one of us tomorrow, including you. This is like asking somebody, should I apply for a job? I don't know whether they will employ me. Well, you cannot be employed unless you apply for the job, right? So it's the same thing. If you don't protest, you will not know whether or not it makes a difference. But if you don't protest at all, you guarantee that it will not make a difference.
Find health plans at healthforcalifornia.com. Get a
Again, I want to be a little careful. I'm an alum of the London School of Economics, which is just a shouting distance from my old Kingsway Road. King's College is on the Strand, which is like 30, 45 seconds really from LSE. And there's a bit of previous between both institutions. LSE itself has suffered some exposure previously from donations from sources that were dodgy. Is that two things. The UK institutions of higher learning are strapped for cash at the moment, so cash does matter to them. But on the other hand, they also do have reputational exposures that require that they be careful from whom they take money, and that those from whom they take money espouse values that are supportive of the values of the institutions generally, but also of academic freedom in particular. And if you're talking about the facts of this case, every university who's connected with the protagonists has got to be very careful. The one thing a protest can do, a picket of King's College, is to bring exposure to this. And by prolonging the King's College trustees are going to, at some point, begin to ask questions about this. And once they begin to do that, you cannot, all bets are off as to what could happen. So yes, a protest at King's College is extraordinarily important. London and the Strand is not Ekiti State, and is not within the bounds of Ekiti State. And what could happen there could be quite far-reaching. Amplification is the issue here. Dele doesn't need our money. Let's be clear. But of course, in Nigeria, everybody thinks everybody's out to be a huckster. Dele doesn't need our money, but the amplification is important. And let me repeat myself about solidarity. That's practical solidarity. So driving the book up the Amazon bestseller list is about solidarity. And that's the point. As that begins to happen, and people then start asking questions and making the connections, consequences cascade out as a result. It's as simple as that in the 21st century. You see, the people who are orchestrating this are stuck in a particularly analog mindset. And they don't understand the network capabilities of the 21st century and how far the visceral network capabilities of the 21st century can, with nobody, no central orchestrator. And that's really why this is important. Buying the book is important, amplification is important, showing up at King's College is important. Basically, keeping this outside the loop of analog control freakery is what this is about, really. I'm trying to excise the personalities of people out of this. I think it's important that we do so, because otherwise we personalize the whole thing too. I mean, SANs are citizens, and 95-year-olds are citizens, 50-something-year-olds are citizens. All of us are citizens in this. And the question is, how do you apply law to citizens equally? I did my youth service in Ibadan. I know all the people in this particular case in person. Everybody involved in this case, other than the magistrate in Ekiti, I know in person. So I don't want to go and start discussing them. I would rather discuss the issues of principle involved in the matter. And the issues of principle are huge, and their implications are serious, irrespective of our personal relationships with the people involved. And that's really what bothers me. This is about the viability of our civic capabilities, of our place as citizens of Nigeria. Now, you see, if we live in a country in which you can find what I do disagreeable, or you don't like what I do, and the response to that is to come and collect me like a piece of chicken from my house and bring me to your poultry farm, where you can then decide whether to serve me up for Christmas or for breakfast or for dinner on your terms. That is not a country. I don't know, I don't want to use any other word to describe it, but that is not a country. And we need to understand the implications of this, of what they're trying to do with a fellow citizen of our country. It's immaterial whether you agree with Dele or not. Nobody, no citizen should be treated like this at all, under any circumstance. The degree of egregiousness of impunity in this is so dreadful in its implications, we should not allow it to happen as citizens of a free country, because if we do, all of us are finished.
Hey, you see the headlines right now? They're going wacko. Office, apartments, hotels.
Dusty, who have
All right, so that's the end of that video. So go ahead.
Sorry, Omoye, I would like you to hear, because I'm not up to date in the fact that you said that he has been given bail and is now out of. Is that correct? Yes.
He's been given bail. What's it called, for 50 million. Anybody else has any updated information than I have?
Yeah, that is true. He was given bail for 50 million naira. Yeah.
Yes.
And it came out. It's been released.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, so that's the latest. And then let me play Peter Obi's. Okay, let me play Peter Obi's video. Was that the one I played? No. So let me bring Peter Obi's video. It's just one 1-minute video, and we'll just play that, and then we'll get into talking. I'm trying to see whose video is it. Let me play a video of a person I at least am familiar with. This is 8 minutes. So 8 minutes, and then we'll start talking.
Okay.
This is crazy. A lot has happened since this whole, between yesterday and today. Yesterday when I did the video, there was nothing like that now. Sharp. You see the power of the people? This is what it looks like.
Hello, everyone. This is breaking news. Mr. Peter Obi has visited Dele Farotimi in prison in Ekiti, and he also visited, Afe Babaloka. This is coming forth from Dr. Moses Paul, who shared this on his X handle. He said, today, Mr. Peter Obi traveled from Lagos to Ekiti State, dedicating the entire day to meaningful engagement. He visited Are Afe Babaloka at his office within Afe Babaloka University, where they had in-depth discussion on critical issues, including the situation of activist and lawyer Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi. Following this, Mr. Peter Obi proceeded to the prison facility where Dele Farotimi is being held. In a private meeting, he expressed solidarity and engaged in candid exchange aimed at addressing the prevailing challenges. This was signed by Dr. Mo. So this is where you have out there. Mr. Peter Obi has gone to Ekiti State and waded into the situation. He did a press, not a press statement. He did a statement which was put out on his X handle when this whole situation happened. And then, of course, definitely he has been working behind the scene to see as much as possible how all of this will be resolved amicably. Mr. Peter Obi, in the statement that he had done following this arrest, this mentioned the fact that he himself, he has been maligned, he has been accused, he has been insulted, he has been called all sorts of names, but he has never used, the police, to abduct anyone or to use the excessive force. We all know that the Nigerian police is available to the highest bidder, and as long as you have money, you give them some money, they're going to do whatever it is that you want to do. But there are some people who have the restraint to not use that illegal power that is available. And so he had called that, he had mentioned that people, that they should try and work this out and resolve this in a very amicable manner. Let them follow the due process of the law. The due process of the law can be very, very slow, very, very frustrating. I totally agree, especially in Nigeria. But at the end of the day, we must do what is relevant. We must do what is right. We must do what is just, no matter how frustrating it is, no matter how, the incentive it is to do the wrong thing, the right thing must always be done. And so Mr. Peter Obi has been there. But then if you look at some of the statements that have been going on, like someone said, I saw this now in part of the comments that were coming on, someone saying, my opinion yesterday, everything is not about online engagement and a lot is done offline. Thanks, Peter Obi and Dr. Paul. So he was reacting to this message by Dr. Moses Paul that see the things that Mr. Peter Obi has been engaging in. And sometimes, people just think that, things are it's only what they see online. They don't see certain things online. Well, people have a right to actually express their opinion, I believe. And then this is what he had to say. He said, this is what I will love to point out. And I think it was something he wrote yesterday, this particular person called Eric Fash, at Eric Fash 2029. He said, people coming online to say obedient movement is not doing anything for Uncle Dele Farotimi. We will come here and listen to what the likes of Peter Obi, Aisha Isufu, Sarah Ibrahim, Maurice Monye, Miss Pels, Dr. Moyunusa, Det Baba Ahmed, Alex Oti, with your ears, and you'll be shocked. I'm not in any way close to these people, but I have studied them for a long time and seen that they are dependable and fighters. Everything is not about online noise. If all you can do is protest, stand in front of your house with a placard, a lot is being done, but we all must remember Dele Farotimi is a fighter and he won't back down. However, if anyone has problem with obedient movement, speak up in sensible way, not calling the movement a cult group. No one ties anyone to the movement. I haven't been able to follow the conversation that he is talking about because as it is currently, I am actually 8 hours behind Nigeria. I'm not in Nigeria. And this is one of the things that I love about me being a private, citizen. Like when people talk about, Aisha, why are you not running for office? Like, honestly, it's from a selfish point of view. I'm not in Nigeria and I'm not coming back to Nigeria till January. There are moments I travel a lot. I can just pick up my bag and say, okay, I'm going somewhere. I went out for my daughter's graduation. Before then, I had a speaking engagement in South Africa. I went then down to UK for my daughter's what's it called now, graduation. I'm currently in Canada, visiting a friend in a particular time, and then in the next by next week or thereabout, in a week from now or 2 weeks from now, I'm going to move to another end of Canada. When I'm done by January, I'm going back to UK and then later coming back to Nigeria. So I'm a bit like, so it's somehow disconcerting. The time I'm waking up over there is the time that news are already going off. They've gone fast, so I've not been able to follow the trends to see what this guy is related to. But I see a lot of people, of course, there are a lot of mischief people who will put these things. One of the things I remember Eunice Satanko even doing a press statement as soon as Dele Farotimi, was arrested. And whatever anyone is doing, nobody is doing anything for Dele Farotimi. We are all doing everything for our individual selves. We are victims, we are oppressed, we are in chains. The only thing is that Mr. Dele Farotimi's chain has been made physical. It's not the one that is invisible. All of us are wearing invisible chains, and so whatever fight we're fighting to also liberate ourselves. Like Mr. Dele Farotimi would always say, we are not even citizens. We fool ourselves that we are citizens. We are not even citizens in this country, where people have taken over power and use it anyhow. So whatever the extent they want to use it for, and use it to subjugate other people, to oppress other people, to suppress other people, to deny people of their rights. So in being a voice, you're not doing Mr. Dele Farotimi a favor. You're only doing that which is right, and nobody owes the things that, oh, they are doing Mr. Dele Farotimi a favor. No, you're only doing that which is right, and the shared humanity that we have and the social contract that we have demands that we do, the needful. When one of us is taken, all of us are taken. When one of us is incarcerated, all of us are incarcerated. When the right of one of us is denied, all our rights are denied. We are all victims, waiting to happen. So on that conversation, but there are quite a lot of people also that go on, and then you see some, for the ones I pity the most are the ones who feel that they are exempted from this rot, who feel that they can escape, that it will not happen to them. The delusion sometimes, and just be foolishly going on in the things that you're doing. But let's not forget, like somebody said, Olusha Gumbakare said, Peter Obi dialogue show where protest, all is needed, but I would rather prefer that protest, because we're dealing with mad people that need the same level of madness. In building nation, you all have to deploy all strategies, and everything has to be on board. Multi-pronged approach is always the one that helps and that moves things to go on. And so we will not sit by and do nothing. We continue to do every bit that we are doing in with what we have. Remember that it is not just Dele Farotimi that they have arrested. They arrested all of us.
Hey. Okay.
My people, Aisha has said it all. There's nothing to add. She's said, she nailed that. Okay. So we're gonna start talking now, and so that we can get right into the book. I don't want us to miss the part about the book, but I just want to take everybody's opinion on these videos that I just played. So I'm going to start with Mama Echo was first here. Mama Echo, if you're not ready, that's fine. I'll just move quickly to.
Not ready.
Okay. So yeah. So let me give 5 minutes. Let me know your opinion about the videos that I played so far. We now know there's an update. He's been released on bail, 50 million. And Peter Obi has gone to visit Dele Farotimi and Afe Babaloka. We know. So that's the update right now. So what are your thoughts? 5 minutes, and we'll move it along so we can get into the book. Mama Echo. Okay. I think maybe something is happening. Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you. I'm not ready yet.
Okay. All right then. Thank you. Mr. Ferreira, welcome. Greetings again. So let me have your thoughts on these videos that I shared, that I played, that we all watched. Can you guys hear him? I can't hear him. Mr. Ferreira, I think you're on
Sorry, I
mute.
didn't turn on the microphones. Sorry.
Yeah,
I
that's
closed
fine.
it when I was battling the plates.
Yeah, thank you.
Greetings
Yeah.
to everybody. Jaguntono, Mama Echo, OC. Yes. Good evening, everybody. Greetings to you all. May God continue to bless you, Omoye, for what you're doing. We all have to do our part in this predicament that has befallen our great nation. We all must do our part. If it's words, let us use them. If it's action, let us take them. Whatever we need to do, what we can't afford at this precipice period in our lifetime of our history is a collective silence. There has to be action in every niche, every area, every angle. Even though when we disagree with each other, it's okay. You know, like one of the videos you show of Claudia Aisha put it succinctly well. Obi dialogue, but the people we are dealing with, oh boy, dialogue no fit solve am. We have to do more than dialogue with these people. That's right. On those videos, this battle is not about Dele. It's about us. When Dele was incarcerated, we were incarcerated. It's not about Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi, I am Dele Farotimi. Dele Farotimi is just a symbol of the malaise that has befallen us. Now, we feel this malaise differently. Some are carrier agents. They have not, the disease has not yet started to show in them, so they're not responding, they're not reacting, they're not taking pills yet. While some, the trailer has fallen on their car, they were kidnapped. I heard an Archbishop of Niger province, one Archbishop something was kidnapped. Some are kidnapped, some are abused. You know, I watch a few of Mayegun's show. Was it today? I always skip through because I'm at work. You know, some people were beaten by the police, FRCC. Every day, Nigeria is happening to people. It hasn't happened to some people. Some people actually feel it will never happen to them. Rightly so, they'll have money or they are close to the corridors of power. But let me remind them, the corridors of power is transit. You can't always be protected by that umbrella. If it doesn't hit you, maybe down the line, a turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. So Aisha Yusuf was right. It'll be dialogue, but these people, I have been studying them. I have been talking to people. Apart from your video, I had very interesting conversation with some of my colleagues that we went to school around the same time. Dele was in school this weekend. Interesting things came out for me. Lots of things I learned. There was one that, as at that time, there was that 5-year period in my school, LASU back then, that was where we were known as the radical LASU. It started with one guy called Amolegbe. He was then president. I think that was when I was in year 1, just getting to the school. After Amolegbe, we had another guy called Tony Olusoya. Then after Tony, we have Wale Okuniyi. Then after Wale Okuniyi, we have Dele Farotimi, called the Black Moses. And then after, I was serving when Dele was president. And then after Dele, we have this guy we call Buro. I messed up his name. Well, anyway, that 5-year, 6-year period, LASU was a radical violence. In fact, I lost 2 years, academic years, apart from my own 1-year carryover. So I spent 8 years for a 4-year course. Interesting story. But, you know, so 2 years just in that struggle. And I wonder, when I had conversation with one of those past presidents and another colleague who was also this weekend, 3 hours talk. I'm like, my man, I don't want to mention name. What happened to us? How come it's only Dele that is out there talking? We talked 3 hours. My brothers and sisters, Nigeria is rotting. It's gone. They are at home. I'm not faulting them. The battle is real. The second colleague I talked to, that one lives in Texas. In fact, that one just called me today and came and told, Alaba, he said, Alaba, mi ò mọ nǹkan ọmọ Dele láti careful gan o. Òun láti careful gan because they will go after his children. I said, I know. I said, if I ever get a chance to talk to him, I said, get your wife and child out of that country. Then you can still continue the battle. He's in big danger. He's been surrounded by enemies. The country is gone. And there is no point deceiving ourselves, being moderate, politically correct, trying to normalize the insanity that is turning everybody into zombies or criminals or slaves. The country is gone. The decadence, the moral decadence, the moral uprightness of our people is upside down. You know, and that if that is the case, we have to identify what is it we want. If this decadence is that has been normalized, is okay. Let's stop talking. Let's keep drinking our tea, keep opening my beer, keep eating my food. Let's just. But if that decadence is an abnormality that should be resisted, then we need to start thinking outside the box on how can we fix this. Some people have lost total hope. Maybe we can never be able to fix it. You understand? Please stop me when my time runs out so others can speak. But we can. We can. And as we think, as I talk to people.
We should wrap up in 1 minute, exactly.
1 minute, yeah. As I talk to people, I'm getting ideas of things we could be doing, things we should be doing, things we could add to those who are doing, things to help those who are at the forefront because they are outnumbered. And we have to help them build an army to build a shield against them. Yes, truth is a weapon and a shield, but with this battle, with this satanic battle, we need more than truth. And we have to talk about it, contribute, help each other, curse each other out if need be to get there. Thank you. But every video you showed shows just the malaise. The malaise. It's not about Dele. It's not about Afe Babaloka. Allow me to call him that. Afe Babaloka. It's not about him. It's about the system that needs to go. What do we have plans to do about it?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ferreira. Let me move quickly to Mr. Tone. You have the floor now. Welcome once again.
Yeah, hello, everybody. Hello, Moye. Hello, Jago, Alaba. What can I say? We pretty much have touched on everything, but there is one aspect that worries me, and that is what everybody do not seem to understand. Social media is very strong. They are using the power of social media to socially misinform people and discourage them, and they put out very clever lies and narratives. And when you talk, you're censored. I was speaking to my sister early this evening, Amoye, and I told her what has happened, which we'll talk about. I'll talk about later off camera. That's where we are. That's where we found ourselves. Even some channels that you think it on the surface, you think, yeah, it's all right. I mean, people are compromised. Why? Because of silver and gold. How much silver and gold would you accept or bend the truth? Yet people are dying. Earlier this year, my uncle's wife died in the hospital for what she shouldn't have died for. Again, that's a symptom of corruption in Nigeria. A lot of people are dying. A lot of people will go to bed today in Nigeria without eating anything. Some of them will just garri and granite. Even granite now is even a luxury for you to have granite in your garri. So my thing is, I'm happy Jagun is here. I'm happy Mama Hicho is here. I'm happy Alaba is here. Omoye, 2025, we're going to do big things. We're not going to do big things because it's your channel, or because of it's your channel or anything. We're going to do good things because we are passionate about Nigeria. At least I want to be in a country where I'll be free. I'll be able to talk. My children can go back whenever they want. Jagun's children can go. I can go and visit Jagun in his village and drink palm wine, and we'll eat fish. We'll come down to Lagos. We'll go to Warri. That is the country we're craving for. The military will be what it used to be. The military boys, the boys out there that are fighting and putting their lives on the line every day will be paid properly. Look at what they are paying the people in the House of Assembly, our senators. Look at the kind of insane amount of money. But when you see all they do, okay, there's somebody I know that works in some certain place and all that. It's owned by a member of the House. When they're there every night, all they do is chat rubbish and they spend millions, just vintage wines and pepper soup and all that. And then obviously all these small girls in Abuja, even people from across Abuja, they will fly them in to corrupt them. That is the country we are dealing with. And yet we still accept people that will come, and it's very, I mean, when this whole case started and all that, some people came to tell us that it is his mouth has been running, his mouth is has been running too much and all that, and it serves him right that he should be arrested. Come on, where's your humanity? If not anything, where is your humanity? So my thing is 2025, they never hear anything. So, and a message for people that have been sent from the other side that is recording what Tony is saying on Omoye's, make una put una recorder very, very well and go and report to your slave master. Make una they record well to go report to your slave master. I dare here. I full ground. My voice. Even if Omoye self bad me too, I will go at that place where my voice. But I don't say my sister is safe. It will not happen. So that is the other thing. We need to do something. We can do it. We can transform. Even if we won't die self, even if they won't defeat us, at least let's be proud that we fell, we were fighting and then we lost. But the one will be say the enemies will come and will just roll over and they just walk over us. That is the most. I don't want to be a coward. I don't want my children to be asking me, Daddy, what did you do? And all that.
You have 30 seconds.
Yeah. So let's keep the flag flying. Don't worry about the naysayers. They will all lose in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tom. Thank you very much for your commentary. So we're going to move quickly to, by the way, Mr. Tone, you used the D word 4 times. So you're going to drop super chat before you leave. I just allow you just they drop. I say, okay, fantastic. Another one, fantastic. So Mr. Jago, welcome once again. You have the floor for 5 minutes. You can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'd just like to extend my greetings to our good lady, Madame Ife. It's good to see you here, my dear. I must also add, Madame Omoye, you know, your show is not your show actually, because I'm not so familiar with your show, but I am familiar with you. And I must say that differently from the show that I like very much, but I have major problems with, I find that you have a aura of movement, not just rhetoric, but movement of the spirit, of the emotion, movement to action. And I think this is very, very, very important where we are all concerned here. Because if we're not going to do anything about our talk, to turn it from talk to inspired action, I don't think we're doing anything. And I am one who is something close to a dislike of boredom. I can get bored very easily just talking, because I'm a man of action. When I think and I speak, then I do. That is my mode of apparatus of movement. So I would like to congratulate you on that, because I think it's so important. I would also like to congratulate you on your beauty. It's outstanding. It's for me, it's terrible, because I'm one of those people, you know. Anyhow, me personally, I will tell you that I'm going to Nigeria next year. And I'm going to Nigeria based on transitioning from the UK to Nigeria over the next 2 to 3 years. One way or the other, I'm getting out of this place. Now, am I going from the frying pan into the fire? I suppose in many ways I am. But I will tell you this, my experience of Nigeria, when I look at good over bad, I'm telling you, it's not easy to find the good, but the good in Nigeria is more than the bad. And I think we are always blinded by the level of badness, if I can put it that way, that exists in the nation. But there is much more good that exists in that nation. When I look at our history, when I look at our antecedents of many of our people, when I look at what we have done and what we are able to do in the diaspora, when I look at the prowess and power that we as individuals contain, I'm afraid there's a lot more good than bad. And I think we have to really buy into that ethos as our being, because we would, if we look at the bad being greater than the good, we will shrink our power. And I'm one of understanding what this power thing is. Power is not just in the hands of the elite or the government. Power is in each of us as individuals. And if we put this power together, I'm afraid we are a force. We are a force to be reckoned with. I always like what and how Ferreira puts things. I am Dele Farotimi. We have to be one fist. I wonder when people like Shore, Nnamdi Kanu, have I got that name right? Yes. The guy, the lawyer guy, he's another Kalu, I believe. Fantastic individual. I'm afraid we all have to stand up. All of us have to stand up collectively. And if we're not ready to do that, I reckon we should just sit on the byland. We shouldn't utter anything. We shouldn't bring our mouth if we're not prepared to stand up. So, Mio, I'll tell you, I'm not only one prepared to stand up, but I will be your best ally if you're standing up with me, because I'm here to win. I'm not here to play games. I'm here to win. I was speaking about myself, because in my own life, I've never lost a fight. You understand? And I've been fighting since I was in primary school in this country. Me, now, whoa, hardcore, with everybody who wants to get in my way. And I beat them into the ground, not because I'm a violent person, but because I stand up like a whole human being as given by my parents. And I will tell you for nothing, that's where I get my power from. My power, as much as my parents have been oppressive in their own ways, they have given me so much power. Before I left the house in this London to go to school, I was given so much power that by the time I got to school, there was nobody there that could defeat me. Nobody. And I know that that's how all of us Nigerians are. We just have to be able to turn against our oppressors because they're doing things completely wrongly. Lastly, I would land like this, that part of my quest of going back to Nigeria next year, I'm not going by myself, or I'll go by myself next year to just do a recce. But in my completion, I'm going to bring at least 200 people of mine from the UK back to Nigeria. And they're not all Nigerians. They're all black, but they're not all Nigerians. What they know is that Nigeria is the powerhouse. So they want to be amongst those with power. So I put it out there to everybody who is listening that we are people of power. We have to bring ourselves together collectively. And as Alaba says, we have to bring ourselves collectively under one banner, under one plan, in order to win back our country. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jagun. I actually like the angle you're coming from. We're not, if I can speak freely for those of us on the panel and in the comment section and those that are listening, we know the good that is in Nigeria, right? We know that in the midst of the darkness, the midst of the, terrible policies, the politicians, the pastors, the traditional leaders that we have, there are good people in Nigeria, right? We've all been in contact with one or many of them. This is why we fight hard, at least for me. Because I grew up with a lot of good people, great mentors, okay? Men and women, strong men and women. So I'm not oblivious of that fact at all. And I'm sure a lot of us here are not. The part, what grinds us, and I think that that's why we're always here on the panel and talking about it, is the fact that we really yearn for more of that. Because it seems like, because of the political situation in Nigeria, it has eaten so deep into the people. Like, it's very hard, right? It's very hard for you. Like, before, you could leave your children with your neighbors. People who had kids, they could leave their kids with their neighbors. Oh, I they go market, I beg, let me put eye for my pikin. But you can't do that anymore. It's not as easy as it used to be. It was very easy before, where you don't know anybody, they're your neighbors. I beg, my sister, help me watch my pikin, and they come. You will come back and your child is still there. It's not like that anymore. So that's what we want to pull out again. And I guess this is why we're fighting. Well, I'm not oblivious of that fact that we're good. Inherently, there are good people in Nigeria. There is a lot of good in Nigeria, in spite of all of this. But we want it to be better, so that people can continue to be good. Otherwise, if we lose everything, then there's nothing to fight for anymore. It's already too late, So I just wanted to add that. But I like the angle you came from. Absolutely agree with you on that. One Love, welcome. Greetings to you. Happy Monday. Good to have you on the panel. One Love, can you hear me? You're on mute if you're speaking. One Love going once, One Love going twice, going 3 times, 4 times, 5. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go to Miss Mama Echo for now, and then we'll come to okay, One Love. Can you hear me?
Yes, Omoye, how's everything going? Everyone in the panel.
Good evening, my brother. Long
from
time.
the Midwest, from the East Coast, from the Southwest, from the West Coast, down to the Northeast. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, good day, good night, everyone. Good to see beautiful Nigerian people.
Yes, it's been a long time. One Love, so good to see you, my brother. Welcome.
I know. I was on the YouTube channel today. I see you popped up. I'm like, oh man, it's been a while.
I know, it's been such a long time. And look, we're soldiers now in the battlefront 2023. Now they disturb the whole internet. Thank you. So good to hear your voice again. My brother, did you start from the beginning with me?
Until they stole our Monday, but I'm so
I'm
glad
telling
that you soldier on.
I have to. I had to soldier. I cried. I felt bad. I took time off. I abused everybody in Nigeria. And then I said, and then my conscience not let me rest. Like, why? We got to keep fighting, So that's why I'm here. But welcome back, my brother. My fellow general in the army. Welcome.
Good to see you. Good to see everyone.
Yeah.
I was just listening on the background a little bit, but I was trying to follow your discussion today. It looks like you were trying to bring up the issue of our guy who's currently in detention right now, Mr. Dele Farotimi,
Yes.
correct?
Yes. He's been released on bail. I don't know if you know that. He's been released
Oh,
on bail, 50 million. Yes, today, as of
oh,
today.
nice.
And PO went to visit him and Afe Babaloka as well. So that's what we're talking about. So I played the videos and we just kind of gave thoughts on it because we want to talk about his book. I don't know if you bought. Did everyone on the panel? Do you have the book? Mama Echo, yours is not coming till Wednesday. That one I know.
Mine is arriving tomorrow or the day before. So what I was going to even suggest, Omoye, was that if we can have a reading section, say,
yeah, we can certainly do that. We're gonna start. Yeah, we're gonna start to read some. We're gonna do some reading because I've read the. How many of us read chapter 1 and 2? You never read them. Okay,
I haven't read it.
Watch my preface. Go ahead, Mr. One Love. What did you say?
No, I said my book just arrived today, so on Amazon, so I should be able to get it going tomorrow.
Okay, it's a very small book, so you can actually read it in a day.
I saw it already. I feel it and everything. It seems like something that can be read probably in like
you can actually. So we're doing chapter 1 and 2 today. However, right, I did the preface and the intro. There's a previous video, so if you want to get caught up on the preface, because I marked up some things that I highlighted some very important points that he brought up in the preface and the intro that we talked about, which was yesterday. So you might want to, for you guys, please, if you have time, it's not a long video. It's about, I think, 40 minutes. You can just be listening while you're doing laundry or cooking your dinner or something like that. Okay, so we're going to be talking about chapter 1 and 2 today. So for those of you who don't have the book, I'm sorry. We're going to move along, but it's going to make for interesting read for you because you're going to want to look forward to reading, as fast as possible to get caught up on it. Okay, so One Love, so you can wrap up now so I can move to my sister Ife.
Just before you continue, I just have a few words to add. I was listening to the brother that just finished. Is it Mr. Jagun?
Mr. Jagun.
Yeah.
Yes.
He made a beautiful submission there. I would say, look, the thing with Nigeria is we know we are so different. I always say this back then, like, look, America is a land of diversity, land with so many people from different part of the world. Even just where I am, you have people from all over the world. I met people from China, from Japan, from Ghana, from you just name it. But here's the thing though, all of these people found a common ground and they were able to come together. And if anything happens today, everybody would just pretend they are not from any part of this country, any part of the world that I just mentioned, and they will come together and fight for a common good. Now, we have been positioned like that, even though we are divided by ethnicity, by languages and culture and so many different things that we have. But I still feel like we can still find a common ground. And that's actually what brings the beauty in any country, because the diversity, every time I try to compare, what is the difference between this country and China? What is the difference between this country and Russia? They don't have the diversity that we have here. And that's what God has really blessed us with in Nigeria. The diversity of tribe, the diversity of culture, the diversity of languages, and so many things. But have we been able to come together to fight for a common cause? That I haven't seen. And it's not because we are bad people. It's not because we just don't want to do it. It's just because the people who have been running the helm of affairs in the country don't have vision. They are not visionary. These are not visionary leaders, that people that can take us to the promised land. That's the problem that we have. And it saddens me that even while Farotimi was arrested, you still see some Nigerians that will still tell you, oh, what did he say he was going to do anyways? Now waiting talk, now he might now put on trouble. In fact, now waiting even good for that. Not majority though. You still see a few of these people that will say something like that. And then it takes me back to the word of Harriet Tubman. He said she would have freed more people if only they knew that they were slaves. Like when she was trying to, she was a slave abolitionist, and she would have freed more people if only they knew that they were slaves. You can only do as much for people that realizes what you're trying to do for them, that it's a good
That's
cause.
true.
So Farotimi has been fighting and even came up with a book and tried to expose the corrupt thing in our system. And you see some people that will be like, oh, whatever. In fact, Naim himself, he wants to turn the image of Babalola. This guy is not God. Come on. You know, this is somebody that has been fighting. This is somebody that has been fighting for her, somebody that wants us to see the light and get to the root cause of our problem. And I'm so glad that he was released on bail. But again, you have to go back to how much he was charged. I heard he was charged about 50 million. Now,
yes,
I feel like he was even too lenient on the topic of his book. Honestly, I don't know, if I honestly was to write that book, it probably would have been the Nigeria and its corrupt system, because I don't see any justice in Nigeria. I don't see anywhere where justice prevails in Nigeria. Everything is all, you know.
Right. So
I
sorry, one love. This comment just caught my eye. Sorry, I apologize for interjecting like that.
No, you're
But
good.
so he's the person, Mark. Welcome. You said just out of interest, not sure Dele is out. He was granted. He can't be granted bail and not be out now, right? He cannot be granted bail and not be out. That's the whole purpose of bail, so that he can be out.
Actually, Omoye, it's possible. Remember, the Inspector General also filed a case against him. So I think it was the Inspector General's case that they addressed today. So the one for Babalola is tomorrow. It could still be in detention. You know, Nigeria, that one will require another bail. But as you
and he has to meet the
more
bail
to discuss
condition
on this issue. There's more to discuss. Apparently, we are finding out that Ekiti doesn't even have a law on defamation.
Yeah, they don't have a law for defamation.
But
Yeah. So let me let
put our ears on the ground to find out whether he's actually home or he's still in jail.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I guess I have to thank Mr. Mark and Nelly for that. Thank you very much. I thought he was okay. All right. So, one love. Yeah, you can wrap up now. And Mr. Ferreira, please, can you hold the panel for me? I need to do something really quickly. So once one love is done, come back to Mama Echo if she's ready, and then Ify will go afterwards.
Ify.
Yes. Thank you.
I got it. Yeah. Thank you.
So
one
like
love. Go ahead.
So like I was saying, I think it's really important for us to understand what Mr. Dele Farotimi is trying to do. And I really wish, and I know every Nigerian have that kind of mindset that he has, because at the end of the day, we just want a better country. Look, brother and sister, you can live anywhere in the world. There is no place like home. There is no place where you had your formative years. Between 0 and 12 years, there is no place like that place. You can grow as old as you can, but where you had those years between 0 and 12, it's very, very important. And I'm sure every one of us here probably spent those times in Nigeria. But yeah, it is. We definitely have to, be able to come together, do something. We have differences. We can bring those differences together and get stronger as one nation. That's what I think we can do, even as Dele Farotimi has done so far, because he actually came out even before the election and appeared as if, look, I myself was kind of jealous of him, because I'm like, this guy has been detribalized. He has not really portrayed that attitude of, oh, I'm going to vote for you because you are Yoruba. I'm going to vote for you because you are Igbo. The guy was actually after the fact. And I believe at the end of the day, the fact is going to come out and he's going to be vindicated when it comes to this matter that he actually has in the court right now. Thank you so much, guys. I will just leave the floor for the next person to talk.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. One Love. That was a very precise conclusion you reached. Ify, Madam Ify, I know Mama Echo, sorry, I'm messing up already. Mama Echo, then after that, Ify. Okay, thank you.
All right, greetings to everyone. We are in a situation of our country where we can see that we know the country is a mess. And personally, I have gotten answer to how did we get here? Because if we look at the book Dele Farotimi wrote critically, his book wasn't written in assumption. His book was written on experience. Not just people experience, but what he witnessed as a person. And according to Aisha, I guess she has read the book. It took him 11 years to write that book. So it is not assumption. It is the reality. So if we want to look at how we get here as a people, as a nation, as a country, the book has explained it. The judiciary, they are the evil hand that drag us to where we are. And that is why they are fighting him to reveal this truth to us. But you see, truth will always be truth any day, any time. If you speak the truth today, even though they wake you up in your eyes of sleep and ask you that same question, you will still repeat it the same way you said it. Why? Because it's the truth. They don't want the book to come out. But unfortunately for them, the book was already out before they took their stupid action that now describe them exactly the way the book has described them. So if you want to look at those who destroyed Nigeria, Afe Babaloka is one of them. And he also aided them to destroy Nigeria. I have never denied the fact that Obasanjo was not a contributor to this pain we are in today. The book has proved me right. Because for Attorney General of the country to be sent to early G on time, and we have not been able to say this is what happened, this is those who are behind it, and it happened in Obasanjo's time, and he did nothing about it. He's only speak of one fact. And the fact is, there is no way the person that stole your property or stole your item will help you to look for it and you will find it. So there is no way people like Obasanjo will tell me they do not have a hand directly or indirectly on what killed Bola Ige. And that alone has made me to believe before now that he has opportunity to position the country on a pathway that will not lead us to where we are today. But he chose not to. The constitution we are all crying today that it does not fit us as a people, and it's not a constitution that the people sat together to write, was drafted hurriedly and given to him. He has 8 good years into his power to be able to draft a better constitution, but he never did. In his period, we have this problem where $16 billion was given to Atiku, and Atiku gave us darkness. All the things they privatized and sold during their tenure, where is the money? They were giving telecommunication license, just license, billions of naira. What did they do with the money?
You have 1 more minute, Mama Echo, to round up.
And now we find ourselves in this mess. Aisha has rounded it up To those of them that think it is Dele Farotimi's fault to have been in chain, Aisha has described it to us. Whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, all of us that come from that country of birth called Nigeria, we are all carrying invisible chain. We are all victims waiting for when it will happen to us, whether we believe it or not. So it is high time we all come together collectively and talk the talk and also walk the walk as we prepare for 2025. Thank you, and God bless us.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mama Icho. That was very good. Ify, you saw all the videos Omoye showed and everything else. Anything else you want to add? You have like about 5 minutes. Ify, did you hear me? Yeah, very good.
Good evening, everybody. I'm not sure if I saw the video, but I think the only video that is very concerning to me is the video of Dele Farotimi and handcuff. That's really concerning. You know, I wonder why this man is being treated like a criminal. I don't get it. I'm glad that somebody posted Yaya Bello, somebody who stole billions. He's walking free for 8 months. You people couldn't get hold of him in the same country. But you were able to kidnap this man, took him to a different state without anybody knowing what is going on. I'm sure he too must be confused. This book came out sometime in June or July this year. I'm trying to understand. I haven't read the book. I don't know when I'm going to have time to read it, but at some point I'm going to read it. It's very explanatory. Reading in the introduction alone is very captivating. This is what I tell Nigerians. We have the power to take this country called Nigeria back. Unless if you don't. People like Dele Farotimi, you know, of course, Ferreira, you have always known me to say, go your way, everybody. Divide Nigeria, let everybody go their separate way. But when you listen to somebody like Dele Farotimi, when you listen to somebody like Chinde or Dinkalo, when you listen to somebody like Showore, it gives me hope. Somebody posted today and said something that on social media, Yoruba and Igbos fight on weekends, they get married. And I thought about it and I said, that's true. If something like this can happen to this man just because he wrote his truth, where is the justice? Just tell me why you can't believe what is written in this book. Did he lie? And he has proved you people the same justice, the same thing, the same corruption that he mentioned about happened in front of everybody. And nobody said anything. Everybody kept quiet. The people that are supposed to speak are not speaking. Everybody kept quiet. And we are moving around as if nothing happened. God forbid, just because Dele is well known, it might be you tomorrow. Who is going to speak for you? How did we even get here? We've had independence for how many? Since 1960. About 60-something years, right? And still, we are getting worse every year. We don't have judiciary. Is the money the highest bidder? Whoever pays more money wins. This man is 90-something year old. We don't know whether he's 95, 92 now, but we know that he is in his 90s. I thought he would get some sense by now, but unfortunately, he did not. Look at how he dented his name. The book nobody wants to read now, everybody's buying the book. I rarely buy books, but this one, boom, I bought it and I will read it. You made it more popular, made more money, if not in dollars. because you are untouchable. Somebody touched you. You went and arrested him, or rather not arrest, kidnapped him, made him look like a criminal. Mark says something. Mark, I don't know whether he has been released or not. We don't know. But let's assume that he has been released. Let me believe that he has been released. I believe that the reason why he has been released is that they are afraid of what might happen tomorrow. Nigeria, we are just waiting for any little opportunity. Boom. And they will set that country on fire. If he has been released, I will believe that they released him because they are afraid of protests that might happen tomorrow. That's what I believe. But if he hasn't been released, I will be shocked. Why can't we all unite together? I just finished talking to my cousin, we spoke on the phone for like an hour plus. It's just the same thing that he's talking about. He said everybody's running away. Dele will say escape. It's not running away. Dele said escape. If you find your way to escape, escape. And I'm telling people, if you find your way to escape, escape. Unfortunately, not everybody have the resources, to leave the country. But even those people that are there, why can't you all unite together? Even if you have 100,000 serious people out of 200 and something million people in Nigeria that will make this move, trust me. Look at, imagine, ordinary, this thing they talked about having this protest. All senators, all of them, they all ran out of the country. Imagine 100,000 people march down to Aso Rock and tell them enough is enough. You think they cannot do something? Just like Dele said, it's just one life. We have things in common. Your life and my life. The same thing the poor man shares, the same thing the rich man shares. Death and life. He said 1B. That's it. I don't know what to say. I feel so bad seeing that man and can handcuff, being treated like a criminal, that he did something wrong just because he doesn't have nobody. But I commend Nigerians for standing up. Even people that disagreed, everybody stood up. The whole TV stations, everybody stood up. It's just very few people. But the people that stood up for him, more than the people that stood up against him, more than that. And I commend them. And that is the unity we are talking about. I don't know how we're gonna get around this, this thing going on in Nigeria. I'm not even talking about the election. Election is, it just counts me out. I don't even believe in the country. But when you look at these people, they still give you hope. But anybody still hoping for any changes in judiciary? People are talking about it. Like Ferreira, I know you are always championing, this issue of our judiciary. Nothing is wrong with our judicial system. It's the people. If you read our laws, nothing is wrong with it. It's just the people. Nothing is wrong with our government. It's just the people. We have everything set for us. Whether we go back to regional government, it is not the regional government. It is the people. You're going to still encounter the same people. So you can change the law. You can change the judiciary. The same people are you going to bring in? Yes. The Chief Justice of Federation was retired the other time and they brought another person, right? Do you think he's the problem? No, it's the person that is going to take over, that took over from him. So it's not about it. It's not about changing the law. It's not about changing the region. It's just the people in question. This book Dele wrote said it all. I read pieces and every little pages. I just glanced through it. I just shook my head. Nothing is wrong with what he said. It's just the people that he met. It wasn't the law. And how are you going to change that? At 90-something years old, what do you have left to do? But one thing I will tell you, that on the day this man will die, the only thing we will remember him is what he did to Dele Farotimi. That is the only thing. Everybody will remember him. Just for that. If there is any good that he did for us in Nigeria, nobody will talk about it. But dear Nigerians, people living in Nigeria, I feel so sorry for you guys, what is happening in that country. But until you guys unite together, it's not fighting on social media on weekend, you get married. That is not the problem. But we have more important issue to deal with if you want to take this country back. If you don't want to take this country back, we are heading to disintegration. It's a question of time. Will it happen? Look at what happened in Syria. For how many years? Assad was there for how many years? Family, 60-something years or 50-something years. Now they don't have any government. If care is not taken, that's what's going to happen in Nigeria. Continue playing on social media. Don't take your country back. Cussing Showere, calling Obi names, calling all these people names. At the end of the day, mind you, these people are millionaires. You are the poor person that will still go back and drink pure water. Thank you.
Omoye, before you pick up your microphone, I just want to comment on Ife's comment. She had nailed it on the head. Two important things she nailed: collective silence and the people. So when she says the people, who are the people, and is that collective silence that has brought us where we are? She's right on point on that. I just want to add, before you take up the microphone, that the money Dele is getting from this book is being donated to children with autism in Nigeria. He's not keeping it for himself. So it's a double gain for anybody that buys the book. You're doing good for children with autism. It's also, you're also doing good to help free a man that has been wrongly incarcerated. And also that I wanted, before you came on, I wanted to mention Pansat and Tony for their generous donation. We need more, Pansat. I know that money is there. Give us more.
Please, leave Pansat. You see, as Pansat gentle, so I bet Mona no go find in trouble. I don't get Pansat power. I beg. I don't want to Pansat come cause problem for this panel. I bet Mona just leave Pansat. As a day, listeners, are you not happy that he's in the listener section, not looking for trouble? Pansat, Mr. Pansat. Thank you very much for the super chat. Tone, thank you very much. My sister, if you drop the D word twice, you know, so now that one my ear can't be focus on. What did I say?
Now. D word, which one?
You read D, I don't feel talk again. You use D word.
I see, so that I know how much.
You use that twice, times two. Because if I need to tell Nana, if I not tell Nana, soon I go just the next year I'll know, I go look my channel, the whole life don't disappear. Yeah. Because YouTube not they play, they are so sensitive. If you use waiting, they don't want me you use, bam, they go just collect them. I don't type them for you. You don't show.
I never see them.
Let's say my connection come the slow one kind of.
I think we'll start going to maybe PayPal. You know, because I know
they usually use PayPal. I don't know why you think. Like my connection for this stream is the stream yard itself. Like say this slow, you go drop, but now the D word when it end with TH, whatever that means. Okay. Yeah, that's the word.
Instead of buying, right? Okay.
Yeah, instead of exactly on a live, whichever one suits you. Yeah. But I have to say, if you nailed it, everything, honestly, you see that part when you did talk, say now the people. I'm telling you, that's not the problem when we get. Now we be the problem when we get. All the structures have been laid out for us. We have a judiciary. Even though, yes, now colonialists give us, but we also have our own customary laws, right? We have our judiciary that we can do in such a way that it is patterned to our way of life, patterned to how we do things, how we stand for justice. We have the systems in place. Is the people that now the people they cause the problem when we did so. And this attitude of complacency and silence, when it don't become, we're so silent, even the graveyard self noise day more than the level of silence when we the experience for Nigeria in the midst of this terrible situation and things happening to people. You nailed it. Now we be the problem. We are the problem. And what I'm happy about seeing in this Dele Farotimi thing is, which you also said, Ife, is the camaraderie. You see how people come together, whether you like me, I don't like you, you don't like me, I don't like, it didn't matter anymore. People chose to see it for what it was for the first time. That gladdened my heart. I'm not even going to lie. I was very happy. A lot of people were speaking up. A lot of people were making a lot of noise, you know, about this whole people were having endless lives about it. On TikTok, especially. So I have to say kudos to us as Nigerians, but there's more work to be done. It is very important for us to come together even more than ever before. And you know, there was a video Dele Farotimi did before this whole thing happened, where he was saying, he was calling, I think as at December 2nd, is now passed, he was saying people should sit out this whole, let's not participate in the politics anymore. Let everybody just sit out. He was coming up with those plans. If you ask me, I think that's one of the reasons why they held him.
Bam. Yeah, you said it all right. I feel like they've been looking for a way to nab this guy a long time ago.
Yes.
They just came out and said, oh, it's the book. It has nothing to do with it.
It has nothing to do. That book has been in the works for 11 years. And when it even came out, how many people bought it? Me, I didn't even know this book. I didn't even know. I have one of the one that he wrote, this one, right? I have this that I'm reading. I'm way past, almost done with the book, right? I have that. I didn't even know this one was out. This man now brought it. It wasn't about the book, because I saw that video that he had where he talked about, you know what? Let's sit and let's not participate. Let's not participate because the whole system is captured. Your participation does not mean anything. They're still going to do what they want to do. He was saying that boldly. I think that's what triggered them, because they know that Dele Farotimi is an intentional person. Once he said it, he was planning. Me, don't they look forward to in life? As in, I was looking forward to his next life after that. To talk, because he said he was going to talk about, you know, he's going to plan it. We're going to talk about how it's going to go about. I was looking forward to that, because for me, you don't tell when they're not, they wait for action. The next thing I heard was that they have arrested the man. On top of what? Book. And some lousy lawyers coming on the national network news to tell us, oh, that as a lawyer, you shouldn't do this. The evidence, show the evidence. He write book. Evidence they inside. Repete. You not read that. You come online and you were saying rubbish. We need to get serious as a people. To be honest, we're like the butt of the joke right now, to be honest. We're not serious people. Because if we're serious people, we'll be moving our societies forward. We'll be moving Nigeria forward. We'll be thinking about what to do, how to go about it. It might not be big, but small things that we'll be putting in place to ensure that the big thing that we want, we get it. We spend too much time on irrelevant issues where we ought to be putting energy behind the real work. We're not doing it. Somebody like Dele Farotimi, for instance, now, and I'm glad that as online we use our voices in a coordinated fashion, not so coordinated, but still it's better than nothing, right? Everybody came together and started calling for his release. That I love. This is what we need to do more of. This is what is going to this is what's going to transport us to real action. If we keep quiet, if everybody had just ignored the fact that he was arrested, concern me, we will not be here having these conversations. They see that it's not going to be, and I guess I think it was One Love that said it. There was the planning protest. I think Shomore and some people were planning protests tomorrow. They intentionally said they set a bill for him. I didn't even know it had something to do with another case entirely. Can you imagine? Just to stall that whole protest. It's a trick. Who say these people, they did not come to play. These politicians did not come to play. APC did not come to play with us. The sooner we realize it, the better, and start to make real plans. At least talk about it. Take pen and paper. Let's be jotting. Okay, we talked about this plan today. Okay, let's think about this. How do we carry this? How do we do this? How do we implement this? How do we go about this? Who do we talk to? Do you know when we start to brainstorm and start to put things together, everything will start to fall into place? It'll be like a game of Scrabble. It's a fact. But if we keep talking and we are not saying anything, guess what? It will just be hot air every time. Hot air. We just come, shout, grr, 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 Nigeria is bad. We know Nigeria is bad. You and I are Nigerians. What are we doing about it? That's what they're going to ask. Okay, the country is bad. So what are you doing about it? You know? So I think this is a good place for us to really touch on the book so we don't ignore the book, because we're already like far gone already on this whole issue about his release. I mean, his release on bail, whatever, still locked up. So let's jump right into the book. So for those of you who have not seen who haven't listened to the preface or introduction, you can listen to the video I did yesterday, or you can read up on your own and, tell us what you got from what you read. Okay. So Mr. Pereira, chapter 2. So wetin you discover for chapter 2? Make we start. Oh yeah, everybody bring out your biro and paper. Lecture time.
I was I only went through the preface with you. I've not read chapter 1 and 2. Yeah, busy from work today, not having time to read it.
Okay,
we'll
so I assume nobody. Okay, so we're going to read it together here. Okay, let's just read it then. Let's just read it. So, Mr. Pereira, read for us more. Read for us as you fit. Okay. I beg.
Okay.
Read. I marked up a few things, but yeah.
Yeah, we do with the introduction and the preface. So we start with chapter 1. Truth
chapter 1, sorry.
In darkness.
Yes.
Yeah, chapter 1.
Yes.
Chapter 1,
chapter
truth
1
dies in darkness.
So, sorry, Mr. Ferreira. Sorry, guys. I said 2 and 3. Actually, it's chapter 1 and 2 that we're doing today. Okay? 2, yes. They're short chapters. Yeah. I think chapter 1 is the shortest. If I don't know, I haven't been through all. But yeah, go ahead, Mr. Ferreira. Sorry, let me go ahead and mute.
So I like that title. It ties in on that, our collective silence. The truth dies in darkness. Let's keep on. So Nigeria is a very dark country, and we are in a particularly dark place as a nation. The Nigerian state is maintained by an inequitable system that is scaffolded by injustice, and the system is allergic to the supremacy of the law. The long years of military dictatorship has destroyed the appointive system of filling judicial positions refined in the early days of our independence, and the judges appointed by the soldiers and promoted by the inheritors have reached the height of judicial office. The Nigerian judiciary has since become completely immersed in the purulent practice of Nigeria and has become everything Nigerian. The truth teller invents nothing. He does nothing innovative either. He just tells the truth, peered down to the bones. When a land is as dark as Nigeria, and the very foundation of that land are found on lies, the truth teller becomes the outlier, one that is despised, persecuted, victimized, and sometimes outrightly eliminated or destroyed. I would like to repeat that again, if you all don't mind. When a land is as dark as Nigeria, and the very foundation of that land are found on lies, the truth teller becomes the outlier, one that is despised, persecuted, victimized, and sometimes outrightly eliminated or destroyed. The Nigerian state and its governing system, including its force, the FREP, is very adroit at all the above and possesses a superabundant arsenal of state mischief, which is very often deployed, sometimes without provocation, and many times without let. I am, however, happy to say, bring it on. Men, however powerful, are not God. The truth dies in darkness. A careful deconstruction of the short sentence would suggest that truth is akin to light. If the truth lives, darkness cannot coexist, and it is up to the truth to live up to the darkness that is subjective of evil. There are times in the history of men and nations when the purpose, personal or corporate, becomes more important than our own lives. The truth of the putrefaction of our country, as typified by the stinking corruption of the judiciary, is urgent and by far more important than my personal convenience or life. Let me repeat that part. The truth of the putrefaction of our country, as typified by the stinking corruption of the judiciary, is urgent and by far more important than my personal convenience and or life. If I must self-immolate for you to behold the extent of the wrath, so be it. But I urge you, my dear audience, not to allow my sacrifice to be made in vain. I am introducing no evidence that isn't already in the public domain and in full view of everybody that we care to check. However contemptuous they have become of our collective intellect and commitment to the truth. End of chapter 1. Very short chapter, but very precise, straight to the point, very truth, and it describes the fact that in Nigeria, particularly those of us educated, the elite, our head are like the ostrich in the sand. We see the giant elephant in the room, but nobody acknowledges it. We lie to ourselves. You know, everybody knows they collect money at the airport. Everybody knows police collect bribe. Everybody knows judges collect bribe. But nobody is saying anything about it. And woe betide you, be the one to come mention it. They will deal with you. Then go show you, say them their power. Then go throw you for jail if they no lock you up. That's the Nigeria we all know. But that's the Nigeria this current situation doesn't even want us to talk about. When you talk about, they say you are insulting them. You are insulting my people. I banned you. I excommunicate you. I remove you because you speak the truth. They want, as long as that evil stays in the dark, if it doesn't come out, it is okay with them. This is the Nigeria we all grew up in. We all saw it growing up. Fela was singing about it when they threw his mother from 2-story building down. How many of our Nigerian elites came to Fela's side and stood with him in court? Now the Nigeria is beginning to touch us little by little. We're crying. Our vote was denied last year. For as long as it's in the dark, and there are still people who live in the white man's land, enjoying the white man's environment that some other people have died for, still castigating us. Or people like Dele not to speak the truth, not to talk, have your mouth taped, zipped. This is the Nigeria. This is who we are as Nigerians. We see the truth from our pastors to our imam. I don't want to preach. Let Dele do the talking. That's chapter 1. Who's going to read chapter 2? But these are the facts. We ignore them as if they're not there. We lie to ourselves. We have a democracy. We have a Senate. Nigeria is working. For who? For who? Let us stop there and let others read.
I want to
read
backtrack.
that, or you want us to share that?
No, I'm going to split it. All of us, we're going to be engaged on this one. Mama Etra, are you on? Are you there? I just want to be sure first before I say what I have to say, and then we'll move on to Mr. Tone is going to read a little. I'm going to start with let Ify read, since a man read. So we're going to start chapter 2 with that. But before I do that, so you see the very first start of The Truth Dies in Darkness. Nigeria is a very dark country. My spirit inside of me sank. It's, you know, there was a sink. I felt a sense of sinking. I don't know how to, like, you know, when they say, what's that movie? A Sunken Place, where this guy, black dude, went to stay with one Oyibo family. What's the name of that place?
Get out. Hideout.
Get Out.
Is it that?
Get Out.
Get out. Yeah.
I felt sunken inside me when I heard that word. Nigeria is a very dark country. You know why? I know this. And I said it to someone a long time ago. I said, every time I go to Nigeria, there's like a carpet of darkness. I was saying it to this person. I was like, there's a carpet of darkness on that. I can't even put my finger on it. And the person was asking me why. I said, the difference is so clear. There's something happening in that country that we don't yet know. And I said it I didn't have any knowledge of politics or anything like that. It was just the way I felt. So when this first word hit me in a very, very strong way, right? And he said, we are in a particularly dark place as a nation. Do you guys understand what that means?
It's deep.
It is very deep. That we're in a particularly dark. This is how far we have gotten as a nation. All of us as Nigerians. Go ahead, sir.
I beg your pardon. I don't want to take away from what's been read. I want to put forward to you that I don't actually have the book, because I would love to help read this very important book at this time. But I want to put to all of us, to put in the back of our mind, that it's dark for a reason. There is a reason why you see that darkness, and that reason is not easy to put your finger on it. But I would pertain to everybody that the darkness that happens in Nigeria is about the importance of Nigeria to the whole world. Nigeria has a responsibility, and indeed, Nigeria is being gagged, not just by Nigerians, but by the powers that be in this world. We have a great deal to fight for, because the oppression of Nigeria is the darkening, not just of Nigeria, but of the world. There's a gift in Nigeria that is being shadowed. And I'll just leave it there for us to think about why it is so dark. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. And I just have to add to that. Thank you for saying that, for putting it out there. It makes sense, because I'm focusing on that as I'm reading this, but it's also important to highlight that. And I can say I know. Okay, I can say that I know why it's, the way it is. I know that it's not just the interest of those of us in Nigeria. There's a bigger force behind. We all know the story, right? So we can't even pretend that we don't. So I'm going to move on from there. Let's just leave that there. So let's start with chapter 2, so we don't spend too much time. Ify, my sister, please serenade us with your tantalizing voice.
Can somebody else read? I'm trying to do something.
Okay.
I don't have my copies yet, so
you don't have your copy. Okay.
Ferreira can read. I mean, he can continue. Ferreira, you know one thing about Ferreira. Let me tell you something I like about him, right? He's so emotional about this country called Nigeria. I don't think I've seen anybody that wants this country work so bad. Like
Man, I beg you don't reach today emotional. He reached.
I know. Sometimes, this is in my head. It's just like he wants to grab all of them, and
If you let Ferrara do, Ferrara go carry Koboko.
I'm telling
Go
you.
carry long whip. They flog everybody. Oh yeah.
Not to flog them, not to flog them.
I'm telling you to wake us up.
And the passion, and that's how all of us feel, honestly. If Nigeria is good, we won't be here. Majority of us will be back home. But the only thing that sometimes I ask myself, these people, doesn't mean they don't have conscience. It just takes a little bit to make Nigerians happy. It doesn't take much. If they can give Nigerians the little basic amenities that we are asking for, trust me, forget about the job opportunity. We will create it for ourselves. But they don't even want to. Somebody will post on social media, are you people having 22 hours of this thing? Indicate. I'm like, these people are mad. 60-something years, you're still talking about electricity. 60-something years. And I'm going to indicate, we are having 22 hours. We are having 18 hours. I mean, come on. And like Mama H.O. said, and Atiku stole $16 billion for electricity. And he's trying to tell us that he's better than Tinubu. They are all the same. None of them is better than the other. He will even do worse. So let's forget about it. Ferreira, my dear, continue.
Yeah, chapter 2, beginnings. I have been known to be blithely declared that I was born a lawyer, and while being the insufferable brat that I could be, when among my family and friends, nobody has ever cared to dispute my unargued submission. I will seize the opportunity offered by this narrative to argue the conclusion I have never been asked to prove. Inalede oniyari omito woju odeolo makola. Oh, this is disgracing me. My Yoruba sounds bad. Inolade inolede oniyanrin omito yoju.
I can say that better than you. I can say that better than you, Mr. Ferreira. Inolende, oniyanrin, omitowoju, odeolo, mokola. Those are Ibadan words. Ibadan, my people. Hey, I represent today, my Ibadan people. I represent. Go ahead, Mr. Ferreira.
Yeah, these are the streets of my youth, the dusty lanes and back roads that I walked as a child. My maternal grandfather's house is located at Inolade in Ibadan, and my first steps were taken in his home. It was there that I found my voice and knew myself. Inolade shaped my life and my very worldview. SF Olukole, Samuel Faleke Olukole, SF, to his friends and cronies, whispered in a mixture of oath and jest by his wives, children, and tenants. His most senior wife was my grandmother, the one that was truly my mother, Bami Mamagba, the most senior of his 4 wives. But in truth, the second, his first wife, having left him before he married my grandmother, who had also left her first husband. He was a strong man, but she was an even stronger woman, a fact that I have had reinforced to me by my own acknowledgement of the superiority of my wife's capacities and compared with mine. With
Bami, Mr. Ferreira, please read that part again. I beg. Read that part. Some people need to know that part because they know they always miss that part. Read that from he was a strong.
He was a strong man, but she was an even stronger woman. A fact that I have had reinforced to me by my own acknowledgement of the superiority of my wife's capacities as compared with mine.
And the church says amen. And the church say amen. I bet everybody feel echo amen first.
Amen.
Because
Jagu will not agree with me. Jagu say amen. Don't just there, look.
What is all said? What is all so can
Oh, with Bami's collection of wives came the inevitable management issues, which were particularly exacerbated by the fact that the last two wives, Mami Elero and Iyayemi, were both relatively young and considered themselves rival. The court to Ashikpa conducted informally around Mami's open wood stove, the arrows next to Iyayemi, the favored wife, and her immediate neighbor upstairs. The delicate balance she maintained between remaining objective and truthful without taking sides and without offending her husband's favorite wife is very last. I had mastered the act of being invincible in plain sight from my childhood. The Yoruba culture of my days revered age, and the young was to be seen but not heard. I learned to become invisible living with my grandmother. Mommy never required words to speak to me or with me. Our coughs had meaning, Otonio. The way she inclined her head and gazed, a frown, a wink, and we are telepathic in our communication. And I knew better than to speak except when asked a question that required an answer. That's exactly how it is with my grandmother too. You better know. They don't say the word, or you know the signs, the signals.
Even our mothers. If your mother gives you some kind of look, she doesn't have to express
by
it.
By the time the words come out, you know you are one of the dumbest child they've ever had. they just the gesture alone. He's right there. Okay, let's continue. Of being invisible required an action. I was the essential Omo or Dogba. If Mami was unbothered by my presence, others knew better than to query her judgment, and I earned the right to sit at gatherings where my peers were not allowed once their presence was noticed. I watched disputes settled within the family. I witnessed matrimonial courses involving uncles and aunts. I watched, I learned, and I became convinced that the pursuit of justice is foundational to the Yoruba culture and civilization. My family's compound at Inolade is a complex
Sorry,
comprising
Mr.
of
Pereira, can you take Mr. Pereira, sorry about that. Can you take that part again about the foundational to the Yoruba civilization? There's a reason why. Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, it's true. This happened within my family too, where mommy, granny would be, settling disputes and this, and you just sit there and learn so much. You're just sitting there taking in all that knowledge and talking in proverbs and breaking it down. It's amazing. Let's read that part again. I was the essential Omo Odoagba. If Mami was unbothered by my presence,
Now Lagos man, if you have to forgive him.
No, that's
Lagos
not an
Yoruba.
excuse. If my grandmother hear me pronounce like that, I'm sure I'll get the wink or a spank on the head. I was the essential Omo Odoagba. If Mami was unbothered by my presence, others knew better than to query her judgment, and I earned the right to sit at gatherings where my peers were not allowed once their presence was noticed. I watched disputes settled within the family. I witnessed matrimonial courses involving uncles and aunts. I watched, I learned, and I became convinced that the pursuit of justice is foundational to the Yoruba culture and civilization. My family compound at Inalade is a complex comprising of sprawling single-story building around which is wrapped as warring of rooms that form the perimeter walls. There is a frontage where we would gather at night, where cars were parked and the goats would have slept, chickens gone to roast, and where mats would be laid when the nights were hot or when the moon was out. There, we would gather to listen to tales told by the moonlight. Inolade was a home to 8 to 10 other families, tenants of my grandfather. Whole families ladies into the mix, and the landlord children and grandchildren. My grandfather ran a tight ship. He rarely got involved in the details. He trusted my grandmother as the senior and oldest wife to adjudicate the everyday issues that arose from having so many people in the little space whenever the squabbling denizen failed to do so without intervention. The fact that she was scrupulously honest and unbiased in this
It's only you and me,
foundation
John.
of all respect.
I'm stuck.
I think it's the
Yeah, some
connection.
respect as a value of respect. And now to tell the truth, unafraid of the consequences that men might deem themselves obliged to impose. Akiwi sibe kakusi. Akiwi sibe kakusibe. Nobody dies from speaking the truth. I learned that at the root of Yoruba culture lies an abiding fidelity to the truth. I also learned that the first thing to reference is temperance, to ensure that you always stood in step with the truth. However old the adversary, however powerful it might be, whatever authority it might possess, if you had the truth on your side, the Yoruba traditional authorities, religion and spiritual, are obliged to stand behind you. To do otherwise is to betray the essence of who they are and to be debased, corrupted, and perverse. It is not for nothing that the white is the symbol of Yoruba spirituality, with the undying lamp and the seeing eye at the peak of all. And then there was the picture, black and white. It's white, quite startling. A studio shot of a vibrant young man in repose. Baba's oldest child, my uncle born to be the first wife and half brother to my mother. Everyone spoke of him with reference. He was dressed in the full regalia of the barrister at law, pinstripe paint, bewigged and all. He was the one who had read all the books. His portrait had the place of pride, and Baba's pride was easy and infectious. Daddy Potter was model to which all must aspire. If they were to be deemed consequence in the Olukole's clan, you might want to blame my childhood resolve to study law on him, but I would argue that he isn't to blame. The earliest thought of what I would do with my life were from my days at Aberdeen Primary School at UI. I fell in love with books and the serenity of the university campus, and I wanted to be a professor of theater art, write and just read. I had pictures of myself forever surrounded by the ethereal beauties of Queen Elizabeth Hall, often dark art. These were not the mammies of Inolade at all. I was admitted into Fiditi Grammar School in 1978, and while there, my innate flair for language and current affairs were starting to bud and ripen. I had begun to toy with the idea of reading political science and becoming a journalist. Somewhere in my head, however, I was decided that I would then pursue a degree in law. I believe that wanting to read law at the then University of Ife had something to do with the confusion experienced at the time. The University of Ife wouldn't admit anyone to read law without a first degree in those days. But before I was out of my teenage years, and after I had wasted 3 years before being qualified for admission, and even after being admitted into the university, I had settled my mind on reading law. Please pay attention to my deliberate choice of word. I read law. I studied law. I qualified as a lawyer. These things are required for me to be deemed a lawyer in law, but these were insufficient to make me a lawyer. I was born a lawyer. As I became more aware and conscious of myself, and long before my eventual admission to study law in LASU, I had settled on law as a calling. Law ticked each and every last one of the boxes of my youthful romantic views of life. I could read, write, act, even lecture as a lawyer, and I got to learn that laws to obey which should be ignored. Sitting at Mommy's feet, I had heard her repeat ad nauseum Ejò ńlá ńkọ́, ẹnìkan kì í kọjá. Ejò ńlá ńkọ́, ẹnìkan kì í kọjá. You must retain the temperance and calm to avoid losing your temper and avoid being blamed in the event of the inevitable disputation that attend daily coexistence. That would be the general interpretation, but it would be misleading to interpret in this light. Preceding the admonition would have been the reminder that served as a rebuke, that you should have talked instead of fought, and that any fight should be purely defensive to be justifiable. Yorubas are culturally disposed to polite, respectful, and reasoned disputation, and our very civilization is found on reasoning. I was born a lawyer. I read law in order to know the law, but I did not require either the Greek or anyone else to teach me the values of equity, equality before the law, powers and the responsibilities that come with wielding it, judicial and spiritual powers being at the apex of it all. I am fortunate to have read law in Lasso. At the time I did, I was blessed to have been taught by a lot of resourceful women and men, scholars who took pride in their own scholarship and hard work, men who had to think on their feet and make do with little or nothing, pioneering spirits men for whom teaching was as much about learning as it was about teaching. There was Dr. Susu to teach the law of thoughts, the fatherly dean, Professor Yerokun. I remember Professor Yerokun. There was my tormentor, Professor Mike Ikariale, my brother and friend,
Mr.
the erudite
Mr. Ikariale.
Okay, my Professor Mike Ikariale. He must be Edo, I think. My brother and friend and the erudite Professor Festus Emiri, SAN, and many more caring, loving, and dedicated teachers, including the immediate past Vice Chancellor, Professor Larry Fagbon, SAN. There were, of course, the outliers, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, SAN, for one, and then there was I.O. Smith, aka 1.0 Smith. A testament to the commonality of the lowest pass grade at the norm in his course. I was blessed to have been taught by a motley crew of geniuses. I am, before anything else, a Nigerian, and I am not shrieking violent and nobody's saint. I have done whatever I have needed to do in order to advance my client's interest in the past, but I have always been careful to play within the rules. I have always had a lot of admiration for professionals of all hues who have the dexterity to practice their trade profitably within the constraints of the Nigerian space. The same government that wouldn't be seen investing in social housing or public infrastructure would pressure to regulate the contractual relationship that exists between a landlord and his tenant. I look at the laws and my knowledge of the reality of how long it takes to evict the debtor tenant guides the decision. I have a novel clause inserted in every tenancy agreement I have drafted in my practice. It grants the landlord the right to re-entry in case of default of rent, and after issuance of a 7-day notice. This is legal while being unlawful, but it has worked like magic over the years. Professor Smith had taught me ad nauseam that possession is ownership, and that in every claim related to real estate, my priority must always be narrowed in scope and must always be to take possession. Everything else must flow from that. The only time we invoke the clause to evict a tenant from a client's property in Ikoyi, I happily received the writ for damages and promptly counterclaimed.
Is it me?
No, sometimes sometimes he locks out.
Okay. Mr. Ferreira, can you hear us?
Hired license to the government official to do the work for which I am taxed, and to the one installed at the several unlisted toll gates. I am a Nigerian and I know what to do to get what I need. I also happen to be generally glued in enough to be able to successfully navigate our shark-infested waters. This was the illusory cocoon in which I existed. I have always been familiar with the fact of our perversion as a people, and I have a few illusions about equity and justice reigning in Nigeria. But I had always assumed that there were lines that would never be crossed. I was, however, slapped awake by the brazenness of the judicial brigadage unleashed on hapless citizens, corporates, and individuals by the Nigerian Supreme Court, acting under the direction of Are Afe Babaloka. At least 5 justices of the Apex Court have been identified as guilty of odious corruption or gross incompetence, either insufficient to have them removed from their office, and this is my petition to the Nigerian people, and most definitely to the NJC. A true lawyer never loses a case, for he is, if the truth be discerned, a minister in the temple of justice, and that is the cause that he or she must serve. As long as he has done his best professional duty, he is absolved of the obligation to take any side. He is, in fact, has a duty to the court that is not discharged by any protestation of professional duty to the client. The lawyer is a servant of the court, a waiter in the temple of justice, an attendant to the blind priest, and a priestess that serves the blind goddess of justice. At least justice either wins or loses. The lawyer is at all times a servant of the court.
Wow. Mr. Ferreira, thank you so much for reading this. You have the voice, you have the reading voice. You should do books, so you should read. I'm telling you, you have the voice. Wow. Thank you. So you were reading, it didn't even feel like anything. Time just went by so quickly.
Well read indeed. Well read.
Yeah, very well read. So from what we have read, we've gotten a look into his background, how he grew up, and all of that, right? And it's interesting because sometimes they say a lawyer is born and not made. You know, so in his case, he was born as a lawyer because he stands for justice, regardless of whose horse is God, right? So I don't know. Let me leave the floor open for you guys to jump in. Who wants to go first? Mr. Ferreira just got done reading. I don't know if he wants to go first.
But from my point of view, I understood a lot from what was read just now. Not just as a Yoruba person, but as a Nigerian. I keep saying these things, that I think to be a Nigerian is a gift in this world. There is so much that is born in us through our genes, through our training, that does actually give us a sense of justice. My younger brother is a lawyer. I am not, but I think I was supposed to be the lawyer. Not necessarily supposed to be, but I had this gift of debate and argument. And I knew my line. I knew where I was at any time of day and how to express myself in such a way that I think would cause anyone a problem in retaliating to one's point of fairness. My brother, he's a good lawyer, don't get me wrong, but I think he entertained law, and maybe he did that because I don't know. He would have to explain that himself. Because his law is copyright law, and he didn't want to be a barrister because he felt that he would be having to perform defense of criminals. And from my point of view, everybody deserves a trial, and a fair trial, no matter whether you're guilty or not. The sense that Dele Farotimi writes from, you can tell clearly just from those 2 paragraphs that has been, greatly read, apart from the Yoruba adages from Ferreira, that the man really has shown us his innards, what is contained inside him. And I this to fundamental, because we as Nigerians, or many Nigerians, do not stand up and speak their father's name. And me personally, I don't like that, to be frank. I do understand it that we're on public view, and not everybody wants to be announced in their name for one reason or the other. However, this stage of our lives, it is too important that we own our space. We are proud of the space that we own, and we endeavor in this world as that person. And Dele Farotimi, in the 2 paragraphs that has just been read, has highlighted that to me as being very, very important. So I just wanted to say that.
Wow, that's a great insight. Actually, I agree with you. Nothing to add. No add-ons.
Thank you, my
Mr.
dear.
Tone, yeah, Mr. Tone, did you want to add something? What were your observations from what we just read? What were you able to take away from it?
Well, it's starting to throw more light. You can see the originality and the sincerity in this man, and the passion for the truth. And he opens up with his family. Not everybody will want to discuss their family on the public space, so he opens up his family. So he wants you to appreciate where he's coming from, that he didn't just fall from the sky. And
Absolutely.
I think, yeah. So I believe as we read more, it's going to be a very, very, very engaging piece to read. But I tell you what, we are lamenting about the handcuff, but listen, people, before the crown, there's always the prison. Sometimes. And I think this is what this man is going through right now. He is going to be, they've just given him some cheap popularity and promotion. He's going to that man is going to come back stronger, more reinforced, and knowing him, a book might follow later, maybe next year, about his experience, about other things he's learned. And that is where the establishments are just quaking. And that's what I just want to appeal to everybody. Let us stop all this nonsense about attacking each other. We are not the enemies. The real enemies are out there, and the people that actually enable them. There's no point attacking each other. Okay, sometimes we disagree. We disagree to agree, and when we disagree, let's just settle it and part each other and move on. Even the same family. Sometimes I don't even agree with my brother. We don't even see eye to eye and all that. But there's no element of hate, if you know what I mean. Like Igbo people used to say that the anger of siblings do not go into the bone. Yes. So I want us to start seeing that way, and for those of us that are banning people and putting people on the backstage, it's not the way to do it. I'm saying it with every love in my heart right now. It's not the way. We can't do it that way. We can disagree. Everybody has a personality. Me and Jaguar quarrel big time. It took me 3 days to beg my brother. Why? Not because I'm stupid, not because I'm weak, because I value him. I value our brotherhood. And that is why I had to beg. I realized I was wrong. He too realized, he apologized, and today we're fine. So please, it's not about banning people. It's not about putting people backstage and all that. And when we call out, nobody likes to be embarrassed. When people's witnesses are called out, it does not mean that they hate you. Tinubu is there. And listen, people, let me just remind you, we've got double problem. If Tinubu if anything should happen to him, I'm not wishing anybody death, but if anything should happen to him, we still got Shetima, like they will say, Shitty man.
Shitima.
Yeah, he goes back to the north. So we start all over again. So please, Ejo, like Chuck would say, one love. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Question.
I appreciate those words, Tom. I appreciate that.
Has anybody ever thought, because I had this conversation with my cousin this evening, has anybody ever thought about why Dele Farotimi is not a son?
Come on now. That's an easy question.
You know
what? And an easy answer.
And you know
what? Go ahead.
So the reason why I asked this question, because I was talking to my cousin, and there is this extended family member that I asked about, and he told me, "Oh, you know, he's a son." I said, "Oh, get out of here." You know, anybody can be that in Nigeria. If you pay, is the highest bidder. If you pay money, about 3 of them I went to school. They are sons. I said, that's just a title. It doesn't make them a great lawyer. That's one thing you failed to understand. I said the people that actually know what they are doing will not get that title because they're not going to pay for it. It is the people that don't even know what they're doing that will pay for it. I said, how many cases have they even tried and how many have they even won? You know, I said, please, that's why I love the country I live in, because in order for you to attend, even though they don't use it here, in order for you to have that title, you must have merited it in this country. It's not about buying. I said, look at somebody that like Dele is not a son, but look at you people that just got out of school a few years ago. Now you people are given this, the title son and senior advocate of nuisance. Anyway, Omoye, go ahead. It just we have a long way to go, honestly, in this country. If we want to, we say this country, we say that we love so much. If we really love this country so much, come to think about it. I don't know if anybody saw that interview of one Hausa man did on television regarding NNPC and this guy, what's his name? The one that arrested Dele. He was paid. The man said it on national television to come and defend NNPC. Did anybody see that interview? Oh no, you need to go back.
Yeah, Afe Babaloka was the lawyer for NNPCL when some issues of money. He's been deep with it. 60 years this man has experience in and out of government. That's just one part. Apart from the 250 million Obasanjo paid him to register a company, he's just been milking the system, making money.
Ferreira, and it boils down to, Aisha said something like, will he go and arrest the man? Of course he can't. He said it publicly. This is not the one he wrote. He said it live on national television, but he dare not. He not get delivered to do that. These laws are meant for certain people. Do you understand? There are some things some people will say and nothing will happen. There are people who are untouchable. And there are people who are touchable. So if that man can come to national television and say what he said about this man and nothing has been done, but this man wrote a book 5-6 months ago, you are now waking up from your slumber to come and carry him just because you have the title. You say defame. You see, with that, after this incident, with all due respect, I will give it to the Falanas against VDM. With all due respect. With all due respect, I will give it to them. Because they can equally do the same thing. He could have equally do the same thing that this man did. Instead, he chose to go through the other route, which is the correct route. So, when people do well, let us give it to them.
I bet to disagree a bit. I think the Falanas knew. I think Mr. Falana is a very smart man because he knows that if he fights a VDM, a lot of can he's going to open and he's not going to look good on him.
No, but that's what I'm saying. But he can still do it. He can still do it, of course. But what I'm trying to say is that at least he has that conscience to know, oh, this one he said that he's fighting for his name. Which name? The name that he has damaged completely, Papa.
Yeah, but Afe Babaloka feels like a very big elephant in the room, and he thinks he can just stamp on anybody and get away with it because he's been doing it. He's probably. Do you know how many people he may have ordered for the police to shoot that are not They don't have money. They don't have people that will defend them.
Dele don't touch him now.
Exactly.
Who is being disgraced now?
Mr. Tone, it be like say your pocket full today. You don't use D word, you don't use pi. Instead of pi, you say SH ending in T. Hey, I just remind you now. May not be like say I dey wicked.
I don't get the word. I don't get the word that you're calling D now. I don't understand. I've understood.
They're wicked at all. They're wicked.
So, when you think about it, that there are people that are untouchable and there are people that you can touch. So these laws are meant for certain people and these laws are meant for other people. So we have a long way. Again, it's not the system, it's the people. Nothing is wrong with our laws, nothing is wrong with our government, it's just the people. Okay, so even if we hold election tomorrow, it's still look at your INEC chairman openly told you guys that the Ghanaians, they learned from Nigeria. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? That they learn what? What did they learn from Nigeria? The corruption or what? I don't get the audacity. These people will look straight in the camera and lie through their teeth. And nobody's saying anything. Everybody keeps quiet. Certain people are meant to be responded and certain people are not meant to be responded. We are not yet serious in this Nigeria. When we are serious, we will all know. We will all unite together and push these people away.
So, do you have anything to say about the chapters that were read?
No, I mean, it's very interesting to know who Dele and where his upbringing. And, that's like you said, people are born. This guy, if he's in a sane society, this is the type of person that will be in the Supreme Court. In a sane society, or be in a court of appeal judge by this time. But because our society is not sane, because he's not dancing to their tune, believe you me, if he is dancing to their tune, or if he is one of them, he would have been right there, right up there. But it's all about highest bidder. If you pay money, you get your title. And it's all about money. And I still commend him for standing, upright.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ferreira, go ahead.
Yes, I have a few things to say. It's quite a lot, but I will try and minimize me to 8 minutes. Cut me off after that because I know the
8 minutes. Yeah.
Take as much time as you want because I know that you're about to come down. So I'm gonna give you the leeway.
I'm jotting a few things down. Let's start from the read first. That read, as I was reading it, I won't lie to you. It was as if he was describing Mami's sitting room in Okepopo in Lagos Island. The whole experience of the influence of Mami, Granny on, her proverb or, her shop, the whole, how she settles dispute between uncles and their wife and these, and, that knowledge you're just absorbing from the elders. That traditional Yoruba thing, without sounding tribalistic, it was just taking me there. It was like literally reliving my own experience, literally. I'm not kidding. So the knowledge, most of the things I say or things I know, it comes from that knowledge of having stayed with that grandma who is a wealth, an encyclopedia of knowledge. Forget books, forget the white man, forget this. There you see our culture in practice, and it molds you into what you would be as you sit back there. As you said, that was what he used, that silent observer that she doesn't bother, she don't let them drive you away, and you're there just soaking all that knowledge up. Dele took me there, right there. That's number one. Number two, it connects to all these things we're talking about. The people, collective silence, complacency, and silence. Keywords matters to me because I'm a teacher. You see, when I teach a subject, I pick out the keywords from that subject and I drag it back and forth with my students because I believe words matters. Words are weapons. And if you use them well, you can build a house. A stone is a weapon, but a stone can also build a castle. The same thing with words. So, if he is right, the people, but that people include you, me, Jagun, Tone, and Omoye. And we have to talk about what is our role. Before we talk about what is our role, let's take a step back on not how we got here, but what has influenced us. We were talking about grandma's influence, as Dele was talking about. What about the Nigerian influence to who we are? Our aggressiveness, our me situation, our zeal to fight, our insensitivity, that's the key word, insensitivity to injustice to others. This is the Nigerianness in us. You understand? There was one question I asked Dele Ogun when he talked. You understand? I asked him, our people's head are in the sand. How do we get the truth to them? He said the same way they brought what blinded us to us. They did that door-to-door knocking, that Jehovah witness thing, that one-on-one. And that's why you're right, Tone. You see, I'm touching on everybody. You're right, Tone. And I thank you, Tone and Jagun, because I see the way you fight in the face of Nigeria happening to us when you are even among Nigerians that are living abroad. You see it, but I'm not blaming them. It's the way we were raised. This is who we are. You understand? To put things covered up, things under the carpet, push it aside. Let's not discuss it in public. It will look bad. Boromi Road, don't put it out. This is who we are. And that cultural aspect of us has aided in our complacency and silence. Several times we've witnessed injustice. To react when you are not the one affected is a tough thing for us as a Nigerian. It has to touch you. It has to be your friend. It seems like one is preaching gospel, but don't ignore these things. Why we will not ignore this, and Dele talks about this complacency, that darkness. Our solution, this problem that confronts us, is not that we can't solve it. We can solve it. I always think of this 8-plan solution to the Nigerian problem. It sounds crazy. A lot of people would dismiss it. 1, identify who your enemies are. Or no, maybe that should not be 1. 1, identify what your problem is. For me, the problem primarily is moral complacency, moral failure, ethical failure. That's why it goes back to the concept of the people. You understand? Moral failure. Identify what the problem is. Then identify who the enemies is. Sometimes in doing that, we take ourselves out of the enemy box. But meanwhile, we are in, but we're very good at it's them. It's them.
Terrible.
It's always them. But we are in. How are we in? Let's take, for example, doesn't it amaze you that in this age of technology, Nigeria, with the massive problem we have, cannot form a cohesive movement because of this distraction? If they're not talking tribe, they're talking religion. If they're not talking religion, they're talking things that are not relevant to the problem. It is called social engineering. Dele Ogun said our way back is to deconstruct that social engineering, reconstruct it back to the DNA. And that's why I praise you, Omoye. I remember that day. I'm still telling you, that day you came on, fiery, like a fire brigade, hot as hell. Say, now they talk, and I be men, and I suppose they for streets. Just they hear, they speak. That shows you the strength of our women.
Yes, Lord.
One day he was talking about.
I agree with that too.
They were just there to talk. You came out.
Slap them for face, oh, anyhow.
Somebody got mad that you use cuss word. Blah, 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 blah. You gave it, but that's not the point. That's the Nigerian in us. We have that complacency is generational. We saw it in the 70s, but we had lots of milk. We have pig milk. We have sardines. We had abundance. We didn't see it. Then 80s, austerity measures. Then 90s, and now everything don't dabaru. Now we are beginning to talk. Even despite the obvious evidence to our face, some of our brothers are still saying it is not that bad. It is not that bad. We're going to get better. We're going to get better. A whole generation was lost. I've been away for 30 years, almost 30 years. So if I have been gone for 30 years, do you think the next 30 years, what's going to be? Anyway, let's just leave that. So 8-plan solution. 1, who is the enemy? If you can make a 20 list of what the enemy is, I say a lot of people are even part of the enemy. They don't even know they are part of the enemy. For example, if you're a member of a political party now, fighting in that current system, you are part of the enemy. If you believe in any of those political parties, Labour, PDP, whatever, YYPO, you are part of the media, all Nigerian media. It doesn't matter. Even Arise, as tough as Rufai is, they are the enemy. Identify the enemy. I'm talking of how do we go forward? Yes, some people want to break away. Let them have that conversation. It doesn't mean they will get it. But to deny them that conversation, you are contributing to the problem. Let them have their say. I'm going on. I have this 8-plan. Who is the enemy? Why are they the enemy? List reasons. Is it because they perpetrate the problem? Is it because they support the problem? Or is it because they send the people to sleep? People, we're talking about 64 years of sedation. This is not a Tinubu thing. Tinubu is just the same thing. Even Dele too will tell you. The Nigerian problem is not a Tinubu problem. If Tinubu resigned today and not Shetima, Tinubu and Shetima resigned today, a worse Tinubu is still coming down the line as long as we have this complacency culture.
Yes, sir.
Number 3, do not recognize their voices. Let them be mad as all this moderation. We got to respect each other's view. Be my people. Let's look at what we are losing. We are having generational genocide. We are losing our culture. Make my own children. Give me a few minutes. Let me run through the 8, then you come. The 8 things. The 8th agenda. Do not recognize their voices. Stamp them out. Stamp them out. Call them what they were. If they are depraved, call them depraved. If they are hypocrites, call them hypocrites. You're not abusing them. You're only stating the truth, because truth die in darkness. Number 4, create your own alternative media where your own message of the future, of your greatness, of where you're going, what you want to do, what you can achieve, create it so the likes of Arise, Channel, LVC can go to death. Number 5, join forces with people who are moderate, not so much extremists on the other side. Yet they might be a little bit hypocritical, but they still have some sense a little bit in them. Not with the depraved ones. The depraved ones, you got to castigate those ones. Join forces. Form a movement. Identify potentials for movement. Grow the movement. Prepare the movement. Nigerians are not ready. Nobody is ever going to be ready until you prepare them. No lawyer, doctor, engineer is ready until they've gone to school. Somebody has prepared them for the job. For Nigerians to be ready, something has to prepare them for that readiness for change. Not after 64 years of collective sedation and silence. This is what our political people and all of us need to be talking about. Dele, Nandikanu, Obi, whatever names, Macaroni, He has 300 views for pushing 315,000 views for pushing one video out. Connect from movement. Then call the elites among us to order. They muddle the water. As long as the water is muddled and it's not clear, we won't have a purpose. The elites among us, just like I did with Ovie the other day when they said that's muddling the water. I don't know why we elites, we do that. We're trying to have a sense of clarity and purpose. Somebody will come and muddle the water as if we can see with muddled water. We can. Why they do that? I don't know whether it's a sense of intellect. They want to prove their intellectual
now. That's what we're suffering from.
Which is stupid. Which is stupid and foolish. Your country is going down. Generations are going to be washed down the drain. Instead of you to climb up the mountain and see who is the crazy man throwing them down the drain, you're here muddling the water. Well, there's not really that bad. And I'm going. Then you want, and then currently, with all what we have, some people still want to continue with that sedation. Instead of us talking serious issues, topical issues, how to solve, how do we support Showore, how do we support Dele, how do we support Obi. Some people want to talk about issues of Pata and Shokoto. If people want to talk distraction, this is what NTA did to us. That's why we could not translate our radicalism for that 5 years when we drove the military out of power. I got some point this weekend. I talked to some of my old colleagues. What has our generation achieved? The Soyinka generation and the wasted generation. What about my colleague, the one who was president a year before? I shouldn't mention name. I don't want them to be called out. President before Dele was saying, well, we achieved something. We drove the military out. Are you kidding me? We drove the military out was the achievement of our generation. And what did we give our people? Something worse than the military. How is that an achievement? You see how the educated people muddle the water. Let me stop there so that's my 8-point agenda. If expanded, if it gets to the right people, we can change that country. The critical mass we need is just, if we get 500,000 on the street or 1 million, that country would change. But with all this diversion, distraction, muddled, bullshit, garbage in, garbage out that's going on, with the advantage of the internet, we are still failing. Some of us who went to school believed we drove the military out is an achievement for this generation. What a garbage. While some people want to muddle the water because they want to prove their intellectualism. While some people want to do social engineering of continued sedation of our people instead of waking them up. If those of us who know can't prepare them, who will? The Agbadorians, those who believe that we are doing well, we should be crowned kings. We are slaves, and people say we are doing well. Let's just leave it at that so others can talk.
What passion, my brother, what passion. I needed to jump in to say a few things. You see, the number that you brought up, you say, I always underline that we are a disagreeable bunch as Nigerians. However, we only need to agree 10% agreement, and we have a movement. We have a great movement with 10%, and we can change the world with that 10%. Now, I will go on to say that Nigeria is 250 million people. So 250 million, 10% of that is 2.5 million. 10% of that is only 250,000. With that 250,000, which is 1% agreement, 1% agreement can change Nigeria. And I know this as a business person. I know what 10% means as a business person. I know how to grow 10% into 100% as a business person. Numbers mean a lot. Facts mean a lot. I would like to push on and ask everybody on the panel. I think everybody here is a Yoruba speaker. If I don't know where everybody is from in terms of Omoye, I think I know where everybody else is from. But I can see how you have great pronunciation when speaking Yoruba. So I would feel strongly that you have a valued Yoruba intellect. And I would ask everybody, it's only because I don't speak any other language in Nigeria, even though I have ear for one or two other languages based on where I'm born. I'm born in Ondo State, just to make it clear. Can anybody on this panel translate for me what David means? Do they know who owns the name David? I'm asking. No. Tone? Alaba? Shamo? Omo? Okay. I'll tell you. How you pronounce David in Yoruba is Idou. That is David. The name Idou is far older than the name David because David is a translation or transliteration. Hallelujah is another word that is Yoruba gongon. Now, if you read a translation of the Bible in Yoruba, you'll find that things are hidden in plain sight. They're hidden in plain sight. When you are reading literature and we see the words coming off the page, we take them as natural, normal. This is English we're speaking. All these words have English terminologies, and that's how we understand it. But all these words have depth and have lineage. They call it what is it called when the etymology of words? Etymology of words.
Is it Oriki?
Oriki on one there, but I'm talking about where words belong, where they mushroomed from, how these words came out of the ground, as it were. The heritage of these words. I will give it to you, and I'm sure it's the same in most African languages, especially those African languages that are tied to the original Hebrew, which is not the gibberish that they talk, calling it Jewish, which is called Yiddish. This language is a European-based Jewish, I won't even say inheritance, Jewish cosmology of words that is translated from the original Hebrew. The original Hebrew is an African language. Many of us don't know it and won't. It will be difficult for us to accept it. But I ask all of you to enter into a Yoruba Bible. See those words that are written there, especially the words. You see, I'm in Europe. Most of us are in the West, one way or the other. And if we understand language, I'm not a linguist, but I'm a man that loves language. I speak a few languages across the world. In speaking Spanish, it is then that I understood what day is actually the Sabbath. And it's not the Sunday worship that we are doing. We are being lied to generally. Sábado, ese es español. ¿Entiendes? This is the Spanish word for Saturday. It says sábado, which is the Sabbath. Saturday. It's there in plain sight. Even in Spain, they don't worship on a Sábado, they worship on a Sunday. But Sábado is clearly in their week, in their 7-day week, as Saturday. And it says Sabbath. In the 10 Commandments, it says, remember the Sabbath. And when I read the 10 Commandments, for God to ask somebody to remember something, it always struck me as that's a strange commandment, to remember. You see, we have completely...
Sorry, Ojagwe. Sorry to interject, but I want us to stay on topic.
I'm going to bring it back. I'm trying to bring it back. I'm saying
what you're
these
saying
things.
is very interesting, and we can definitely create a topic around it. But
I'm only
So,
trying
yeah.
to bring it
Okay.
back as part of
Okay.
the reasoning as to our forgetfulness, as to the fact that these things are actually the things that we need are actually in front of us. But again, because of the level of complacency, as been said, we walk past all of the signs. We keep walking past what is right in front of us. And that's the only reason I'm speaking these things. And I'm only owing it to Yoruba because I have an understanding of the Yoruba language. So I'm saying basically that I'm not a religious person. I'm not. But I am a man of faith. You understand? And in the way I've looked at my communication with the utmost, I've divorced myself from what has been handed down as the truth. I've divorced myself from it. Because the slight, the English, they're very good at slighting. The power of suggestion. Do you know how powerful that is? As I said, I'm a businessman. I'm a salesman. I know how to suggest something into your mind that now you'll be selling what I'm selling, as it were. And that's what's happened to us. I made mention of the fact that there's a reason why we are as dark a nation as we are. Sometimes I'll be in my village and there's no light there. And me and my cousins will be walking by 8, 9 o'clock, and there's bare blackness around. People will be calling my name from across the road. I can't see them. And I'm wondering, how is it that you've seen me? I can't see you. And you're calling my name. This is the position we need to put ourselves. We need to be able to see in this darkness. We cannot be part of the darkness. Is basically what I want to put on the table today.
Very well said. Actually, you're right. Rounding it up, that is succinct. We need to be able to see ourselves even in the darkness. That is Nigeria. Mr. Ferreira, that was a passionate delivery. Honestly, you said it all. The sentiments are real. I can feel the passion is there. There's one thing you said that I think that is something that can actually start right away, which is getting people of like minds. I am pretty sure you know a lot of people that have like minds. I'm sure in your interactions with people so far, right? I'm very, very sure about that. Why don't we start that? Why don't you start, okay, this is what I'm passionate about. I see you're passionate about it as well. Because this is what they did in Senegal. Matter of fact, I have a friend, I have a brother. Well, we're from the same place, so we call ourselves brother and sister. He said the same thing to me.
Omoye, Ejo, can I know where you're from, madam? I'm so interested.
Oh, I'm Esan. I'm from Esan land. It's in Edo State. Yeah.
Yes, I know it. Okay,
yeah.
madam.
So you understand? So he was saying this is the way because this is what the Senegalese people did to win back their country. All they did was they kept forming groups. Like-minded people will come together. Like-minded people were joining in, and the whole thing was growing bigger and bigger. They had a domineering effect of like-minded people in one major group. That is a powerful move in the right direction. So I would suggest, Mr. Ferreira, that should be number one on the priority list, like something that is doable. That's something that is doable. And I know. And we can talk about the back channel.
Later.
Those people that are like-minded.
Let me tell you what led to my discussion with some of my colleagues this week. I was trying to get back. I've been trying to reach a few of them. A few of them I know I've switched to the other side because you see their comment on Facebook and whatever. So okay, but those that I know were really, really radical, strong, interest back when we were young. So that's why I started those conversations. And I discovered that majority have switched. You know one funny thing? Ideologically back then, me and Dele were on opposing side, though. You won't believe it. The likes of Dele wanted us not to disrupt the exam so that we can do our exam and graduate, while we were about at the campus rule. Exam was not old. And they form an army. Any day I see him, I would ask if he still remember. And we had to fight physically. You understand? Our group won. You understand? That again, Wale Okuniyi was president. We had to fight in front of the auditorium when their group tried to block us from disrupting the exam. You understand? Because back then, they were more concerned about let's graduate. All this want to school, they're closing school. So I now went back to some of those people that fought on my side, not on Dele's side. Where are you today? Omo, they don't switch sides. What did you get it? They don't switch sides.
So yeah, so that's the thing, right?
That's some of them. But
that's some of them. So those people yeah. So those people they cannot be. Those people they cannot be on. You guys, you can't have them in the same group as you because you're not like-minded. So you're gonna have even if you're gonna have like-minded people, they're gonna be people that you're gonna disagree with. They're gonna be people that will challenge your thoughts, right?
That's
so
right.
you have to understand that. Look, even if we're gonna have people of like-minded, meaning the central goal will be getting a new Nigeria, making sure that country works. That will be the central thing. So even if you're arguing on the little substance of it or how it should be accomplished, but the main thing goes back, the main target goes back to we need to get back the country. So I would say we should start that right away. Start to pull people in. Create what's it called?
Let me just assure you. Let me just assure you, Omoye. There are people right in front of you now who are already doing this. I met Ferreira on the platform, as it were, and this is now 1.5, 2 years. We've connected and we are doing. What we do largely is have a conversation, but there is a document that is coming out, and the document, as it's begun, is going to be a serious piece of documentation. It is now in my hand. Once I've completed, it will go to the next person, and then the document will come out. Maybe not in the public, but it will be there to substantiate exactly what you're saying. And I must add that it may be because it is. I cannot find solutions on other platforms. I cannot find how to build a solution on other platforms. But your channel, as I'm on it today, and I'm finding a lot of peace on this channel, where I feel that firstly you are a woman of fire. So those who have fire in their belly for a new Nigeria, they will gravitate here, especially if they want to do something with their fire. So I really, really, apart from my admiration, I want to step forward prayer for you and your intention that things will gravitate from this platform that you present to us. Things will gravitate because you have power, and it's highly recognizable for people who have fire. I hope you're understanding me. It's highly recognizable. So continue with your energy, or continue with your spirit, and be blessed in your daily trials to overcome anything that's in front of you.
Thank you very much. I received the prayers in all humility and in thankfulness from your lips to the ears of the creator of the universe himself, that it shall be so, because that's my desire. I want to see a new Nigeria in my own lifetime. I don't know. This is me. This is my own goal. I want to see it in my lifetime. I want to be a part of molding that new Nigeria. I want to be a part of influencing the people, those coming up, and put the same fire in them so that they can sustain the new Nigeria that we're going to create.
I mean,
that is my prayer. That is my wish. That is my desire. Misty, welcome. Hey sis, good to have you here. Thank you for stopping by. So yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys have long
uh,
conversation. I'm about to almost check out, but I want to leave one message. I will try and type it out when I can and be putting it up. I believe that for as long as the lies exist, there will be no clarity of purpose, which is what Dele thought, or mission. There will be no, as long as the lies exist, there will be no clarity of purpose or mission. So Nigeria currently is crowded with lies. Now, there will be darkness, like Dele said. The lies exist in the dark. The truth dies in darkness, he says. And only light can destroy darkness. Only the truth. Only light can bring back life, can bring truth back to life. I'm thinking of it. You shall know the truth, the Bible once told us, and the truth shall set us free. Look, there's a relationship between darkness, truth, life, and freedom. That's just pure theological fact. Whether you want to take Islam, the Bible, or our traditional religion, there is a clear relationship between darkness, truth, life, and freedom. If we don't admit that we don't have freedom, we don't have citizenship, we can't fix it. If we don't admit that the country is corrupt, we can't fix it. If we don't admit that we have a malaise, we can't fix it. We are still at the stage where we are debating, do we have it or not? That's what Fela called argument. There's no agreement on fact, on the truth. That's one. So there's that relationship. And as the gospel rightly also says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. We can only find our way with the truth. We can only find our way with the truth. And only then can we have life in abundance. That is our situation. So people who don't like the people who speak the truth, like Dele, who want to lock them up, we have to castigate them. Dele left law for a reason, because of this nonsense. I don't go to one man to mow for a reason, because I believe their utterances are depraved. If I have to walk away from a lie to save Nigeria, let's do it. Let's call those who don't see it as a lie by their true name. You are a liar. Let me use the Jagun's word. That is bullshit.
Don't get yourself in trouble though. on this panel, I don't have
to drop super chats, Mr. Ferreira.
No problem.
No, but I hear you.
In fact, I'm dropping. In fact,
Alaba, sorry, before you go, because I will go soon. It's almost at 3 a.m. here in London.
Yeah. Sorry.
Wow, thank you, Tone. Wow, what a sacrifice.
Yeah,
me as well. Where are you, Omoye? Are you in Europe?
No,
California.
I'm in the US.
I see. Okay. I always thought you were in Europe. I see. Sorry, Tom. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was speaking to Mama Hecho, and I was just telling her that listen, we've got to do. It's not because listen. I'm not interested with fame or anything. I'm a very busy man. I do my stuff and all that. But in saying that, I love the truth. 2025 is going to be very, very interesting. We need to support this channel because I believe in this channel. I believe in this channel there where I am. At least I can speak my truth. You're respected. Your voice is respected. You're not disrespected. And the comment section that is normally fiery is not the same here. So maybe there are some certain things I want to say which I'm not able to say now that we're live. I will be in contact with you, Omoye. Omoye, I've got your number, and if with your permission, if I can share with Jagun. I'll send it to Jagun as well. Me and Ferreira, we talk all the time. It's my brother from another mother. So
okay,
we can start doing something. Let's fight at least. If tomorrow we can say, yeah, we did this, and I've got my sister's number as well. My sister Ife. Yeah. The ofe onubu that you see, she's licking her mouth because she's eating ofe onubu. Okay, you're muted. You're muted.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Is your heart? Is the thing not sweet? The thing not sweet.
No, almost that tone. I swear, if I tell you people what I'm eating, you people will pass out. You won't believe what I'm eating.
What?
Cerelac.
Wait, this is Cerelac by. Hey, God, I beg go. Baby food. Now you the chop. Cerelac. Long. Wow. Where did you get it from? The African store?
The African store, but my friend gave me this because she buys it in a big box. So she
look at that. Now Golden Mon, they hungry me. They crave Golden Mon. I think I'm
plenty for London, no? Plenty where for London.
You don't say that I want to eat Golden Mon. I go buy it for store next time I go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, Tone, you certainly can. I think we can take this. The rest of the conversation is going to happen outside of this panel. So we're just going to come here and brainstorm and bring up, just like Mr. Ferreira brought up the 8 agenda, 8 points that he discussed, that we all heard him read out. I think we need to be coming up with points like that we can take back and work on. We have to do something. Enough of the talk. Even if we know hit, like sometimes you start something, you don't know which way it's going to go. But let's all promise ourselves, all of us here, because all of us here on this panel and those in the comment section, we're all standing for the truth, and that's why we're here. Energy draws energy. Okay, that's why everybody's here. So what needs to happen is people should come up with points on things that we can do or work on, and we can discuss it to a certain extent and then go back and build on those points. We gotta start. We must. And then as we go along, you pay attention to people who have similar passion. Now, let's bear in mind that we are going to have saboteurs. There's no way we're going to have a group and there won't be saboteurs. There will be.
Of course.
But we'll have to figure out a way to put things in place, because we know this, so that we'll be able to fish out the saboteurs. It could be any one of us speaking right now, or even the comment section. Whoever that person is, regardless of how much we think we're close to the person, or is our brother or our sister, we must be ready to uproot and remove. It's as simple as ABC.
There's a way
this Nigeria that we want to see.
Have saboteurs, the way not to have saboteurs, because I thought about the way not to have saboteurs.
We can discuss that in the back channel.
Okay.
Yeah, we can discuss that in the back channel. Put all the things that we need to do in order to not have saboteurs, right? But for now, let's come up with ideas on what we can do. Workable ideas. Not be the one we need to go the scratch head. Like, we'll talk about it, we'll break it down, we start to put things in place. We need to be writing. Get yourself a diary or a phone.
I suggest? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I suggest something. I don't know how many numbers you got. I'm going to forward you Jagun's one as well. My sister Ife is here. I don't know, if he works in the hospital. I don't know her schedule. So I think we need to set up a schedule where it will be maybe 12 midnight Nigerian time, which will be okay by you. Even if we can have a brainstorming section, not live, backstage for about an hour or two. So
that's right.
Try to build a structure, and then we'll take it from there. Sounds good?
Yeah. Yeah, sounds good to me. Absolutely. You know, we can tie the bow behind the scenes, but for now, anybody that you are talking to or engaging with wherever you are, pay attention to them. Do they have the same passion as you? Do they want a good Nigeria? Do they want this? Draw them in. We need that because this is how Senegal was able to get their country back. They put their differences aside. They were pulling in people with like minds, people who were hungry for the things they were hungry for. Okay? Regardless of what position they are in, because we're going to need people from every part of Nigeria that is burning for a new Nigeria. Not the one that will come here every time, shout, no effect, shout, no effect. I'm not saying that there's no effect in terms that when we want to push for social justice, our voices are not heard. That's not what I'm saying. But we need real workable. We've been talking and talking. We need to put boots. We need to, not boots, but we need to start building the structure, right? Even if now sand, even if now what's it that they call them cheap brick with the use of water, let's just start building something, right? And then we'll take it from there because we have to. That's the only country where we get to be that. There's a reason why we're from Nigeria. There's a reason why that land was assigned to you and I. There's a reason why. It's not by accident. Yes, it's ugly right now and we have so many issues, but those issues, that's why you were made. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. That's why if he's here, even though if he go come, you say Nigeria, I don't come out and I lie. She's here every day on the panel. She will come again. I've come out hand. Oh my, I don't know. You people are on your own. She's here every day after saying all that one. She go nowhere because guess what? There's a reason why she was assigned to that country. It's not her fault. If we all had choices, I'm sure we would have chosen differently, right? But it's not up to us. So if what we have, we cannot defend what we have, then we have a problem. Then whatever whatever punishment that comes to us, we take it and shut the hell up because we deserve it if we're not fighting for what we have, you know? So the solution is not going to come from anywhere else but us. So if nobody else is starting it, maybe people have already started it, let's start building our own. Those that have already started, that we meet at the junction because we get to a point where we will say, okay, oh, you people are okay now. Oh yeah, your 300 join my 300, 600 strong. Let's keep moving, you know? And let's not deceive ourselves. We should be ready to tell each other the truth at all times. We should be ready to call it out as it is. Please, if you have emotions and feelings, Biko, go and work on your emotions because this is not time for emotions and sentiments. So we need a working country for everybody. You understand? I might get my own feelings hurt. I don't mind. I'm a human being, but we should also be open to that because feelings are going to get hurt. Okay, we're human beings and we're going to offend each other. Let's decide that regardless of what offense is made, we should be ready to forgive each other and think about the big picture. There will be time for you to remember after we've gotten the Nigeria, and if he offended me after the Nigeria, we don't get a finish. I'll go meet if he knock for a door. I say, remember in the year of our Lord 2024, on a very sharp, beautiful December day morning, you said this to me and I was offended. It hurt my feelings really strong. So I resume my malice today and I intend to keep it for the next 2 months. Now that Nigeria is working, don't call me, I don't call you. Okay? After I've taken the recess for 2 months of keeping malice, if I feel like talking to you again, I knock on your door. If I don't, good luck to you. We now have a good Nigeria. Water they run for your bathroom. You get lights. You feel go market, security day, nothing they happen. Everybody do all right. That's the way me I see it. So on that note, I think this is a great point to end the live so that we don't drag it on and we can take the rest back. So now these conversations we're having, my brothers and sisters in the comment section, you are also included. If you feel like you want to be a part of this whatever, you have my email. Is showing reflecting yellow or you can check my about on the channel. You're going to see my email there and my phone number. Okay, reach out to me and I'll be happy to include you. Okay, And yeah, that's it. Thank you so much, Mr. Ferreira. God go bless you, whether you like him or not. I really appreciate you. Mr. Ferreira, we go talk. Oh, I know sir, I say I go talk to you. I will talk to you at some point. I'll let you know. Thank you very much, sir. Eshegon. Mr. Tone, thank you so much. I really appreciate your sacrifice. The sacrifice for a new Nigeria will not be in vain. We will continue to push and we'll continue to show up. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for the super chat. I don't take it for granted. I appreciate you. Mr. Jagun, thank you so much. This is your first time. I feel honored that you graced us with your visit and your commentary and your submissions on this channel. I appreciate it. I don't take it for granted. Thank you so much, my brother. We will continue behind the scenes. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Ify, my darling sister. Okay, may I leave you first? Tone wants to go. Tone, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Nothing there.
All right. I see my messages. I see stuff popping. So thank you so much, Tone. I'm going to check it out and add, and then, you feel free to send mine as well. Mr. Jago, did you want to add a last comment before you go?
Sure. Do you know that I am Soji? Do you know?
No, I didn't know. Your name is Soji too.
That's me.
Hey.
Yes, too. I'm the only Soji because see any Soji in my mail.
There's no other Soji. Okay, Soji. Okay, that's nice. At least I know.
No, that's me that you were. That's me that you were speaking to in the chat. So the way you were speaking to me, I could see that you weren't quite sure that it was
I didn't know that. Oh, thanks for telling me. See, I didn't even realize that was.
You missed Uncle Pansa to greet him.
My personal person, Mr. Pansat is my person. You people, when you people talk to Mr. Pansat anyhow, you are indirectly talking to me anyhow. Mr. Pansat is you know where they come from. Me and Mr. Pansat from the days of fighting in the battlefield 2023. We drag people like Pomo, like Kanda. Sometimes we go verse with Mr. Pansat. Mr. Pansat will come. Mr. Pansat, Mr. Pansat get trouble. You go come, you cause trouble. We will tell and say, Mr. Pansat, please, Mr. Pansat, don't show up again for where Mr. Pansat will verse for 2 days. He will come back again. He goes, I just came to say hello. How you people doing? Then you go start again. Cause another. Mr. Pansat, thank you so much.
He told me that I have schizophrenia.
Don't ever take Mr. Pansat serious. That insult, now Mr. Pansat just talk what he go make you verse in the moment. Trust me. The next day you will not remember. That's how he is.
That's such a skill because I'm not able to do that. I can play, but the way Pansat do it be like so he's so serious. But next minute you will see him laughing in the corner.
Exactly.
At the pain that you're feeling.
Yes.
See the bomb where Uncle Pansat talk. Make we keep that bomb.
I like that. Kudos to the hostess and he say kudos to the hostess and the panel. Where is it? Okay, there we go. Yeah. Okay, and then yes, oh my God, Misty, you remember? Hey, Mr. Pansat, I never see. Damn, but the good thing about Mr. Pansat, which I really appreciate, they take a personal. Now I make him as he talk that schizophrenic, so if remember, if you ask and say you tell her, go remember. Mr. Pansat, very momentary, fleeting anger. You don't fall, but he like to make trouble. I never see man like that for my life. God damn. Then he now said, oh, how do we make this platform defeat? He has thrown another. Mr. Pansat, I'm dodging this one. I beg. It's all in your hands. Whatever you make of the channel, you share, you subscribe, you invite people so we can take it to the permanent site because we're trying to build a new Nigeria. It's all in your hands. It's not up to me alone. All I have to do here is make sure I come on here and we talk about real issues and how we're going to build this new Nigeria. But you guys have to go out there and bring people in and get people to subscribe, and let's get it to the permanent side, because the more people we have, the better for us. Then the chances of us building a fortified group that would even like spread across, it has to be authentic. I'm never ever any part of any group that's not authentic. I'm just going to put it out there. Once I sense inauthenticity or lies or deception, I'm gone. I don't deal with money. I don't like dealing with people's money. I'm not interested in dealing with people's money. If all that comes up, I don't like stress. That's just my pet peeve. I just want to put that out there. But yes, you guys will help me. Now hand the day, whether the platform big go, now hand, everybody hand the day. So,
Make I ask you a question upon that, what you just said, because within this first time that I'm here, and for what you have just said, because again, just like Pansat has underlined, I see a freshness in this channel. I see a cleanness in this channel, and because of these reasons, and we don't know each other, Omoye, but I sense a depth of trust I have with you already. I don't know where it comes from, but I just sense it. Now, in this, I would like to put money in your hand. Now, what's going to happen? I mean, if you're not going to, administrate at that point, at that level, I don't want to put money in anybody else's hand. Me, Shebeo, Omo.
Once we get to that bridge, we'll cross it. If we're gonna deal with any money, 3 or 4 people will be on that account. It's not just gonna be one person. I'm sorry, it can't be only me, because anything that has to do with other people's money, I'm very highly sensitive. I don't, right? So it has to be, there'll be 4 people on that account, so that everybody's checking everybody. Okay, so one person can just go withdraw, or another person just go. No, it's not gonna happen. Will be checks and balances every day. Okay, so that's it's my upbringing. I have to credit my upbringing for that. So I don't take it for granted. Growing up, you grow up in a very tough home, disciplined with contentment and all of that. You think they're punishing you. You think you're suffering, because I for sure thought I was suffering growing up. I was like, oh my God, what kind of suffer is this? You can't do this, you can't do that. My dad would say, don't do this. Remember, if you steal and you get caught, I will leave you there. They will deal with you. So there were a lot of things, you grew up with. So because of that, money is not a thing. I'm not moved by materialism. Never. I love nice things. I'll buy nice things for myself. But material things don't move me. I don't care how wealthy you are. If your character, your attitude sucks, that your money for your pocket, I don't care. Okay, you have to have the character to match. That's why I was able to connect with Peter Obi on the level that I connected with him. People don't understand. A lot of us did not vote for Peter Obi because he was from one region. Some people supported him because it was the turn of the Southeast. That was not why I supported the man. I supported him because I saw elements of my father and myself in him. That's why I supported him. I knew he was a man that I could trust. Okay, I knew he was the kind of man I would like to put my future in his hand. Okay, it's like, this is when sometimes I talk about, I hardly talk about relationships or anything like that. But when I do have the opportunity to say, I always tell my friends, my girlfriends, marry a man that you can trust. Don't marry a man because he has money. Money ain't shit. You can get your money. You can make money for yourself. You don't need a man to level up. Build your own character, get your own bank, get your own money, okay? Because anything can happen, right? Have trust in yourself, you understand? So for me, it transcends I look at the future. I'm more of a visionary person. I like to see how is life going to turn out 5-10 years for now, for these people coming up. How is it going to look like? That's what I think about. I don't think about securing the bag. It's not about securing the bag. It's about building people.
Don't worry.
Because when you build people, the money, whatever you need, flows, because it's people that really are your wealth. It is people. It's not the paper money. It's the people that is your wealth. Because the people like now, I know you, Jagun. Let's say there's something I'm interested in and you have the capacity to do. I can come to you and say, hey, Jagun, this is what I want to do. And you'll be happy to help, right? Because you're in a position to. People is money. There's a saying in my language. I can't say it very well anymore. I have to relearn it again. There's a saying that literally translates to people and money. Okay? So that's, I think it's an Edo thing. A lot of us Edo from that region. Materialism, it's not a thing. We don't care. If you give us money and you want to insult us because of the money you give us, we'll say, I bet take the money. Is it because of this money you want to insult me? Take it. I would rather eat sand or go to bed hungry. It's an Edo thing, I want to say. Yeah. But anyway, I've said too much. I shouldn't have even, there was no need for all of that.
You said it well. You said it well. I just want to ask this before we all run. I see your eye and your caution, your carefulness about other people's money, and I understand it thoroughly. I want to know of your powers of character, understanding what characters people have. I'm a very kinesthetic person, and I'm quick to ascertain what kind of character somebody is. Not what comes out of their mouth is one thing, but what kind of character is inside there. I know this thing too well. So I would like to ask you the same question again. How do you ascertain character? Are you a good judgment of character?
I would say to a certain extent, I can't judge people's character. So there's this thing, right? So I can be in a group, I can be in a group with people, and I can tell right away off the bat who a person, like a general summary of what a person is about. Never spoken to the person, nothing. I can just tell. Just by looking at the person, I can sense the energy from the person. That's how I can tell who a person is and how their character is, right? I may not be able to tell everything, but to a certain extent, I'll be able to decipher, okay, this person is this way. And based on that, the person actually acts it out, and I'm like, aha, there's no surprise there.
Yes,
so that's how I'm able to tell. So I sense energies a lot. I can tell by talking to a person. I can tell the kind of person you are to a certain extent. It's something I have. I can just tell right away. I don't keep friends. I don't have friends. I don't have a lot of friends. I'm very, 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 very cautious about people that are in my circle. Very, very, very picky about people in my circle, because I can tell. And when I sense that energy, the bad habit about me is that sometimes I'll put in your face. I'll let you know that I know. And you don't want to do that all the time. You want to just observe and not say anything. But sometimes, I'll just act out of, so that's something I try to work on. So even if I observe, I'm just quietly, just act like I don't know anything. So that's how I can tell, really. It's about energies for me. I can feel people's energy.
Very nice. Very, very nice. I applaud you. I thank everybody on the panel myself. I too am going to be running, and I can't wait until the next platform you put out. So put it out clearly so I jump on board, please.
Absolutely, I will. I'll certainly do that. Maybe I don't know about everybody's schedule, but usually I've been coming here every day since Dele Farotimi was locked up. Since I know that he's still in there, I might come in, because of course certainly something is going to happen as the day breaks today in Nigeria. So we're going to have something to talk about. So I will definitely schedule it, and then you guys, as long as you have your notification bell on, you'll get notified. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Jagun. I sense that you're a very perceptive person as well. You're very perceptive.
Madam.
You pay keen attention.
We will learn more about each other. Madam Ife, it's always great to see you here. Fantastic. Tone, good luck, my brother. We're around. We will see you.
Good.
Take care, guys. Take care, platform.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a great night. Yeah. Mr. Tone, thank you so much, my brother. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah.
Good night, Tone. Look at what somebody said. Atlantic say, you sure say if they give you 753 duplexes, you know go carry up.
What I want to can do? I beg. More na me answer. What I want to take 73 duplexes do? Eh?
Atlantic is just so funny.
What I want to take 753 duplex do Atlantic? Eh?
And that is the if you look at it, it's all about greed, and that is the problem of Nigeria.
Exactly. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't think that it's only what's his name. I don't think it's only that thing is. They are just trying to tie Emefiele to it, but there are people their names behind it too. He might have a few in it too, but I think that there are people.
This is my thing. With all this money, my father will always say, how many more years do you have to live in this world?
Exactly.
You're not going to carry this money with you. If Anyuba is gone, he didn't go with anything with him except the casket and the clothes.
Bam.
And that's it.
Bam.
Only if people will begin to learn that after all these things, that's it. Like I said last week, one room, one car, one pair of clothes, everything is one toilet, one bathroom, and that's it.
Exactly. You don't even see Ray Charles. Ray Charles said it in an old interview of his. They were asking him, so how many houses do you have? How many cars do you have? How many this, how many that? He said, you can only sleep in one room. You can only live in one house. You can only ride one car, right? Yeah. The same thing they asked Bob Marley. They asked him, so do you consider yourself a millionaire? Bob Marley asked the interviewer, what is $1 million to you? What is rich? No, he asked are you a rich man now? That's what the man. So what is rich to you? What does being rich is? What is it to you? You know, like 1 million, you know, that. And then I forget the response that Bob Marley gave. Is that I stored that interview for a very long time because what he said was so true. People tie money, paper money to every valuable thing. It doesn't make any sense. Money can grow wings and fly. That's what they don't understand.
Look at Babangida.
Exactly. With all the money that he has, he can't even spend. He's on a wheelchair. He's on a wheelchair. So sometimes I don't understand the craze for making money, for, you know, the craze for wealth. I want to get, they make sense to me. Do you understand? And all this, I know some of our people, they starstruck. I've never been, all this running after celebrities, I'm not sabi doing. I've never ever had to. I used to work in Beverly Center when I first came to America, right? I worked in Beverly Center and I used to see a lot of these Hollywood actors and actresses. They used to come and shop in Bloomingdale's. I saw Felicia Rashad and her daughter. I saw Alicia Silverstone. I saw Suge Knight. That Suge Knight when they prison now. They come there, come shop that time. I saw there's a place where one time they were doing a movie. I think it was Denzel Washington. I saw him. They blocked out like a block of the streets, right? So me, I see I'm like face to face. You have access to these people. I'm not. I really don't understand the hype. Like everybody, they run, they shout, they scream. I would wonder, say why? This person is a human being.
I swear, even if a celebrity live close to me, I won't even say hi to you.
Do you understand? Because it doesn't. To me, you're a human being,
just like me. The only difference between
just a human being.
You have
more. So I don't understand the. That's why I see. What's this guy? There's this artist in Nigeria. What's his name? You bet, you want it, you bet. He sang that song. What's his name again? I saw him in an elevator one time. As I want to enter the elevator, he spread the hand out like, don't you people recognize me? Like they do like this, they do like this. I couldn't look at him. I didn't know it was him. I couldn't look at him. I said, what does he mean by? He was going. So people were like, hey, hi, they were greeting him. I just stand for back of the elevator. They look everybody and they look at us. Who be this again? I was trying to remember him. It was after I left the elevator, somebody now said, somebody was upset by that attitude that he gave in, trying to get, and said, what was that about? Now I look the person to now, I just shrug my shoulders. I waka comot. The hype is crazy. Meanwhile, these people are leading a lot of people astray. They take their word hook, line, sinker. It doesn't make sense to me. If you don't have any value in yourself, that's why you'll be running after people. You'll be running after somebody in the name of celebrity. I beg. I don't know. Too many things for this world don't even make sense to me, but I'm weird like that. Mama, I try to say you don't reach your village, oh. I want shot to
come back. I said, oh my goodness, I don't travel.
I said, Mama, I don't reach in village. Take day. I don't even call you, sir. All right, Ify, thank you so much, my sister. Right. I will see you next time now.
I see you.
Yeah, bye. Yeah. Mama Echo, I carry me go. I say, Mama Echo don't reach village today. May I not disturb Mama Echo?
Oh my God. Today was a hectic day, but I just had to show for village meeting.
I know. No, I appreciate. I'm not saying you did tired, work and all. But I appreciate your support all the time. I really appreciate them. Thank you very much.
It didn't be said. By the grace of God, we will defeat them.
He said.
We will. At least today, for the first time, I realized that certain things we do behind is beginning to yield fruit, small. I was in this space today for the first time. I see some take it back movement and some obedient people together.
That is wonderful.
And when I use the statement, I said, the time of fighting is over. Because as Mama, when I be, my children there for 3 camps. Sunday with obedient, Sunday with Showore, so every day with the Agbado himself. And because I not fit call Agbado my president, I have to give him sweetness so that my children not see so me I see the fight. They call a senior boyfriend Tifulu. So that I go fit collect my children. So the era of fighting is over. Let's come together. And Dr. Shidi, for the first time, make a statement that it is time we come together. And that really gladdened my heart. That at least all those talk when we did talk, it did make sense small. Because now the people might start, no, with this. And I'm grateful. At least I'll be able to get a little bit closer to PA. Especially, PO. When I was able to get close to his PA, then I now closer. And after telling him my mission, he said, don't worry, I will arrange it for you. So that gladdened my spirit that our talk will make sense. And my mission to bring these 2 people together, it will happen one day. And once it happens, it's over. Like I told them in that space today, that we are about 70% of the country. If only 35% could be ready for the battle, then it's a done deal. And that is my hope. And I make them to understand that Onoko Waja, one road not enter market.
That's true.
If not protest, we go shook head. If not 2027, we go shook head. But we mustn't be joined there to sing, say, oh, 2027 not go happen. No. It is like time we study 2022, 2023. What we didn't do. And begin to plug all the plug. The same message I have been able to reach to Aisha in myself. As everybody begin, the good people, there are good people home and abroad. Let every good person begin to warm up. We get plenty seats to fill. Not only the presidency alone. The House of Rep and the House of Senate is my major target. Because when we clean them, presidency is a walkover. So we have work to do. As we do the talk, we will do the work behind the scene. But Akbara Jesus, by the grace of God, this nonsense must stop. I live for the first time listening to, because Maya Goto is doing the same thing we are doing here, reading the book. Listening to that, I don't ask questions anymore how we get here. We've known how we got here. The judiciary has a hand on how we got here. But now that they say, breeze blow, foul nyash open. So that the judiciary now help us work out here. Now make them they fight Dele. But I understand that they fight Dele, that they fight everybody. Everybody now. Why did you to Ashiriwa? It all started with Safalano. When he followed VDM. Now it's Dele. And what did they do? The truth. The truth. But there's one thing about the truth. No matter how you fight the truth, Rich, the truth will always prevail. You don't see it, they just, the whole book, if you look at the book, they just play the chapter 1 very well for us. As if he knew he would be picked up. This chapter 1 described there is exactly what happened now. Everything. But one thing is certain. There is no peace for the wicked. They are not having peace right now. And they will know no peace. Because I can either be at home and the country is just plugged into the ditch in their very eye. Is it not a shame? Is it not? But I'm glad that we can't born lion and lioness for granted. They say Nigeria not go better. Who says so? There will people like Omoye there. When we not give up, now Nigeria not go better. I mean with people like me when he say her children must be free. Now Nigeria not go better. I bet children when not they sleep. They not that they sleep and wake up inside internet. Knowing what did they happen now. They don't need to travel before they know. Now Nigeria not go better. Now then go wrong, come out for us. Like I told them in space that I said, come. We refuse to know that we will get office. There's an office we owe, but we don't know, which is the office of the citizen. And the office of the citizen of any nation is the highest office of the land. Why? Because it is that office that determines every other offices. It is that office that determines the office of the president, that determine office of the House of Reps and Senator, that determine the office of the Governor and House of Assembly, that determine the Councillor's office and the Chairman's office. But in our own case, now the wuru crook among us determine it by rigging the election for them. But one way or the other, it's still the office of the citizen of the nation that make those determinations. So without the office of the citizen, those offices does not exist. But how many of us understand that we owe an office? How many? We don't know. But it is my duty to let my children know that your office determine the. So when government said the power lies in the hand of the people, that is what it means. They go, man, they're not worry. They're not worry. When my own channel go ready, we go cry there in the afternoon. We go cry here in the night. That time night I go sabi say,
now, so we have to continue. Mama Echo, thank you so much. I really appreciate. May you go sleep.
I go village.
Go jam again.
I see village today. Village.
I know. Village today. Oh, we accomplish. At least we do our part, chapter 1 and 2. Tomorrow we continue 3 and we must talk this matter reach ground.
Yes, I finish chapter 1 with una before I travel.
You understand? So we will continue until we see the end of them. Then we'll take them from there. But thank you very much, Mama.
But wait, what did I not understand is person will just write only book. Una say to Bella na 50 million.
And intention, it's intentional. It's part of the plot.
When thief Kogi State dry, una not put anchor for your hand. Na come you na escort, na God they do bodyguard follower.
Now the hypocrisy be that now. Now the country when
we never analyze that thing, no. We go ahead there and analyze that very well.
Exactly. So now, so now the hypocrisy be that is the country now make can write the book. You see what thing happen to Ram for waiting write for the book now play out so when everybody they see. So you can imagine the number of people that have disappeared, right?
We only there when he wrote the book, we never read book when it happened, no.
Exactly.
It's just play.
Exactly. You understand? Exactly.
In fact, they go to hey, I'm a down. Why do you make us go arrest this boy now?
Exactly.
That is what they will be regretting right now.
Exactly. So, but we continue, we move.
Yes, so I look back to now. No going back.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Mama.
Thank you, my dear. We'll see
I appreciate. Yes. Until tomorrow. Yeah. Thank you. Everyone, thank you. Brother Ben, thank you so much. Brother Ben, you stay with me today. I really appreciate. Thank you so much for joining, for being a part of the conversation. I don't take them for granted. Thank you so much. I appreciate. Thank you so much. Now, well done. I try for my body today. At least this conversation has been fruitful. For me, there's a lot that I gained from this conversation, and there's a lot of insights that has come out of this conversation that I'm very happy, at least I'm pleased about. And I hope that we can continue to move this conversation forward. We're definitely going to complete the book now that we know that he hasn't been released. He's still in detention, So we're going to keep reading the book. We're going to be back here tomorrow to do chapter 3 and 4. I'm sure that other things are going to unfold today as morning. I know it's getting to morning time in Nigeria. So we're going to learn more things and we're going to bring it here, of course, to talk about. Misty, thank you so much. I appreciate you, sis. Thank you. Good night. Have a wonderful night. We'll talk soon. Thank you guys. Mirabel, my darling, Mirabel, don't go sleep. Oh, Mirabel, not the waste time. A busy woman. Mr. Pansat, Atlantic, thank you very much. Sake, I know Sake was here earlier. Keneo, my village brother, my own personal person. Thank you so much for your support, Kene. You're an amazing brother. I know they take you for granted, though. Honestly, thank you. Mr. Pius, Annie, Amaka was here. I think I saw Amaka earlier. Nelly, Ton, Mark, and Nelly. Mark, thank you so much. Your addition has been amazing. Now you can correct us about that issue about his bail and arrest and stuff like and detention. So thank you so much. I appreciate you all. So I beg those of you that I do not remember to mention your name, please, not take a person, Mona no vessel. Now Safi remember rich be that, and most of those comments have disappeared. But I appreciate each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for liking. Thank you for sharing. We will see again. Aluta continua, Victoria Aseta. Now that word now everybody use now until we get our victory. So thank you so much, guys. Have a wonderful evening or night or morning or afternoon, your time, wherever you are. I'll see you on my next one. So you guys catch up. Tomorrow we're going to be doing chapter 3 and 4. Good night. If possible, 5, depending on how time allows. Bye.